All set? Okay, great. Ready for comments, Madam Chair? Over there, Madam Co-Chair. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? No, not quite. Still good morning.
Morning.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. We're going to start the Appropriations Committee public hearing for March 28th, 2023. Madam Chair, do you have any comments?
Good morning, and let's rock and roll.
Very good. Anybody else? Let's see, is Representative Nuccio or Senator Berthal on? All righty. Up first is Helen Sullivan. Helen, morning. Floor is yours.
How to turn on? Oh, I am on. Good morning, Representative Walker. Good morning, Senator Austin and Appropriations Committee. I'm Helen Sullivan, the administrator for the Teachers Retirement Board. I am here today to explain HB 1218, some minor technical changes and address some eligibility for some of the members in our TRB system. I'd first like to address we sunsetted CERC, the State Center for Educational Resources, last year for July 1st, 2021. Unfortunately, it needs to be modified in the definition of employer and the definition of public school. So we made the modification to address that. Secondly, we are requesting to continue to sunset the Hampton Children's Center for July 1st, 2023. As they are a private nonprofit organization and they do not meet the IRS regulations for 14D to participate in the Teachers Retirement Board. The third item that we are making a minor modification to is just the clarification as to when a retirement benefit begins. When a member retires from the system, once that first benefit payment is made, the benefit is irrevocable. So if a person retires on July 1st, they cannot come back to the agency after July 1st and try and revoke that retirement. They do have up until the last day of the month prior before the benefit begins. I'd like to address HB 6489, which seems to have a lot of questions and concerns regarding the Teachers Retirement Board. The Teachers Retirement Board is a 14-member committee. Currently, we just had an election for two retiree board seats on March 8th. We announced our winners. Those retiree seats are from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2027. The agency contracted with a vendor, Yes Elections. Was the first election we've had in 24 years. The cost of the election was $51,000. We do not have any funds set aside for any future elections in 2024 and 2025. The ratio to active teachers to retired teachers is 60-40, just so you have an idea. I would also like to address the request on HB 684 regarding the board member to participate in the retiree health plan to run for a board seat. We have contacted our legal counsel at the agency, and they do see violation of PIA or HIPAA, and it would limit the number of members who could run for a retiree seat. I would like to address another item in section 2 of HB 6478, and that is to state that retired teachers can only vote for retired teacher. The statute currently reads in 10-183L2 that active members nominate active teachers not retired. Retirees nominate retirees, but every member of the system has a right to vote. We feel that it is important that everybody have the right to vote for everyone. It works both ways for retirees and actives. just feel that the active teachers do have some valuable input, and they will be entering the retirement system at some point. So decisions made today could impact them tomorrow. And that's all. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Are there
You
any
bet.
comments or questions? Seeing none. Helen, you're all set?
All right. Thank you
Thanks.
so much. Have a great day.
Up next is Elena Trueworthy, OEC.
Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Elena Trueworthy, Deputy Commissioner for the Connecticut Office of Early Childhood. I'm here to testify on two bills, HB 6896, an act concerning early childhood, and HB 5264, an act concerning incentives to address the shortage of childcare facilities. The OEC appreciates the intent of both of these bills, which seek to identify the needs of childcare facilities, funding incentives for facility expansion, childcare supply and demand, and staffing compensation. Over the past few years, the agency has made considerable efforts to examine and release studies in these really critical and important issue areas, including an early childhood educator compensation schedule, a narrow cost analysis, financial cost model, and reports on supply and demand in childcare deserts. We have been able to use this body of work to then think about how we work with our communities and directing funding in ways that prioritize areas that have been identified as having gaps or lacking options. The collection of these data has been used for OEC's pandemic relief efforts and strategic planning, and will inform the work that lies ahead for the Blue Ribbon Panel. Governor Lamont announced the establishment of this Blue Ribbon Panel for childcare on March 17th, 2023. This is a 21-member panel and will work to undertake through the end of December 2023 and submit a 5-year comprehensive report to the governor. This panel will be responsible for providing the governor with data-driven strategies, both short-term and long-term, that really looks at optimal child development, family and business needs, and prioritizes equitable access to early care and education. The panel consists of a variety of perspectives, including parents, early childhood education experts, business leaders, higher ed officials, childcare and education providers, and legislators. Concerning HB 5264, this addresses funding incentives for businesses to take steps to address the shortage of childcare facilities for their employees. Additionally, the governor has proposed legislation in SB 981 to provide businesses with a corporate tax credit of 25% of the cost of any childcare subsidies for their employees. Under the governor's proposal, businesses could earn this tax credit two ways. One, by developing on-site childcare centers or subsidizing their employees' childcare costs in community-based settings. The governor announced the Blue Ribbon Panel at Boehringer Ingelheim in Danbury, and this was to highlight one of the few businesses in Connecticut that offers on-site childcare to their employees. Apple Blossoms Child Learning Center opened in 2006 and enables the employees to receive care at 20% lower tuition rates than some of the surrounding facilities. Should the governor's proposal pass, it will create an incentive for other businesses in Connecticut to provide childcare subsidies to their employees. I want to thank the appropriation for your longstanding investment in our young children and families, and our agency is committing to working together to better serve the children and families across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? If you could just bring back that we've done studies, we keep doing studies, we've done studies, we've done studies, we've done studies, and studies. We still have childcare deserts and we're not doing anything about it. I don't, I'll look at both of these bills, but I'm less and less likely to want to support funding any more studies because I think we have enough information. And I'm just so tired of hearing about studies that we're going to do to fund studies, to fund more studies. I don't know. I think that we might be done with studies in about 2050. And then we might decide to build some facilities and figure out how we're going to fund them. So, if you could just bring that back to your commissioner, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, thank
Have a
you.
nice day. Up next is Gary Turco. Gary?
I brought a friend, if that's okay.
No.
State Representative Gary Turco, 27th House District, Newington and New Britain.
Jessica Weaver, Newington Board of Education.
Hello, chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, distinguished members of the committee, friends. Great to be here with you today we're here in support of two bills. Senate Bill 1216, an act concerning funding for school meals. I'll start with there. I know this is a study bill, but I don't want it to be a study bill. I'm hoping that we can move forward this session with providing more funding for school meals. We were able to do so to the end of the school year, but as we know, that will expire. I'm advocating for universal school meal funding so that we are able to make sure that no child goes hungry, reduce the stigma on low-income children, and also just put an investment into their health and education. And then supporting House Bill 6901, an act concerning student loan reimbursement program for certain professionals. We need our teachers, we need our social workers, mental health workers, childcare workers, nurses, and we have worker shortages right now. We need to keep these highly educated, talented workforce in Connecticut. We're competing with other states, and this bill makes great strides to be able to do so. Investment for all of Connecticut's future. So here in strong support. And now let me turn it over to one of the young, talented, educated people we're trying to keep here in Connecticut. Jessica?
I'm blushing. Stop. Chairman Austin and Chairman Walker and other distinguished members of the committee. As I said, my name is Jessica Weaver. I'm here today to support HB 6901 and SB 1216. So I'm here today wearing a few hats, both as a proud UConn alum with some student debt and the youngest member of the Board of Education, and a very appreciative constituent. Thank you, Representative Turco. So first, as a young professional in this state with student debt from a state school.
This meeting is being recorded.
Cool. I come to support HB 6901. It's difficult to properly express how many of my friends are feeling burnout from their demanding jobs as teachers and social workers, and then feel the additional stress of trying to afford paying for their loans. We know the cost of living is already so high here. We know that rents and housing affordability are ridiculous, and we've tried to curb costs by going to cheaper state schools, and yet we still end up in $30,000 of debt. We try and get ahead, but when you're already 5 steps behind, it's incredibly difficult. I worked every single semester during my time at UConn, even got a master's degree paid for. Thank you, UConn, and graduated in the top 2% of my class, and I still have $30,000 to pay off. Our generation is trying to do the right thing, get into the right schools, work hard, and contribute to society, but it has become increasingly difficult. From the time I was born until last year, the total federal student loan balance has increased 774.1%. From 2009 to 2019, the average student borrowed 37.9% more. You know the statistics, and I know the stories. Connecticut has one of the highest averages of student loan debt in the country, and take it from me, I grew up here, I went to school here, I work here, I want to continue to work here and build a life here. But my student loans are a significant barrier in that last part. I support not only the efforts to retain and attract talent for Connecticut, particularly good school teachers, good social workers and nurses. And let me tell you, as a school board member, I say this with extreme gravity. We need our teachers. We need to help our teachers. We need to help our social workers. And speaking as my role as a school board member, I also come in support of SB 1216. In the last 5 years, our student population in Newington with high needs has drastically increased, including those that qualify for free and reduced lunch. That has increased by 12% from 22 to 34%. The need has only been exacerbated by the pandemic, as you all know. A huge focus of our school system is equity, ensuring that every student is met where they're at. We want to ensure that our students' needs are met, not on the basis of just their academics, but their social, emotional, and physical health. proper nutrition is a key component of this. A free lunch program over the pandemic has been critical in the last few years of the pandemic. Parents were concerned about this program stopping earlier this year and incredibly relieved when we notified them about the continuation of this program. I'm not a social media fan, but I can tell you some of the comments, and the most popular comment about this notice that we said this program was continuing was, quote, "I want my tax dollars going towards that." Many were current parents of Newington Public School students, and some are future students who said, "I want this program to continue." My goal is to ensure every student in Newington has the support I had when I walked through those halls and has the opportunity to receive an education and higher education free of worry about cost or food. Thank you all for your support.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your testimony. I understand you were not signed up to speak today.
I had Gary sign up for me.
We'll have that conversation later. But anyhow, thank you for testifying. Representative Paris.
Thank you both for your testimonies. We appreciate the work that you're doing in really critical professional services as teaching and education. I think bringing attention to the fact that Connecticut holds the 5th highest amount of student loan debt in the country with $17.5 billion across 500,000 borrowers. Your testimony does shed a lot of light on those who do need relief. So we do thank you for your service and for your attention to this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Kennedy. Good morning.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Walker. Good morning, Ms. Weaver, and thank you for testifying. Thank you for all you do. I'm going to ask you a question, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I'm just curious. You attended the University of Connecticut. Did you also receive academic scholarships as well as applying for student loans?
Yes, and they're pretty minimal. In a state school, they don't have as much to give out, which I understand. So if you're not valedictorian, which I was not, even if you're top 10%, you don't get that. So they come in smaller and smaller amounts, it seems like every year. And their honors program, I will say, UConn honors program does not have a tuition, stipend or anything. Eastern Connecticut University does pay for their honors students in full tuition. So
thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Nolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony this morning. We have, some people that are talking about how they were able to pay off their student debt years ago when they were in school. My opinion on that is that years ago it wasn't as much as it is now. Can you, in like really brief couple sentences, just tell us how it will actually specifically impact you to for this bill to pass?
yeah, absolutely. So for me, our student costs, and trust me, I am the biggest Husky fan you have, right? But it's one of those, exactly. I'll see you all Saturday. But one of those things is that tuition continues to rise at an average of 6% each year. In more, some schools even more, some a little less. But I think the hard part for me is being able to, one, afford a place to live. During the pandemic, I moved back in with my parents, mostly to save costs and then, take care of sick family members. But it's been difficult. I can't find a way to actually move out right now. And we're now like 4 years into that. So buying a home, that's kind of out of the realm for me right now. And with rent extremely high too. It's really difficult to be able to do that. And I can just give you an example of my best friend. She went to UConn as well. She is a teacher in East Hartford, and she was finally able to get a condo, but she's going into debt just to do that. So we're still planning, rob Peter, pay Paul to basically say she's still in student debt. She's going into more debt to try and get a house, and she still can't pay those off.
So it's impacting your daily living.
Absolutely. I want to be able to have a house, buy real estate, and try and make a family here. It's just one of those things. We know it's a high cost of living already, so this is only an additional barrier.
Well, thank you for coming before us. And again, thank you for that testimony, because many of us feel this is an important bill. And we hope that we can see it come to fruition. Thank you.
Representative Nolan, you're going to have to learn to speak into the mic. Representative Hoxa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick questions, and I'll, try to get them out in the same breath here. So first of all, thank you, Representative Turco, for coming before us to testify, and thank you, Ms. Weaver, as well for your comments. Just a quick question, a couple quick questions on the bill here. As I'm reading it, it looks like the bill is a study, basically. Am I correct in interpreting it that way?
Are you asking about the student loan reimbursement program? That's a pilot program, or the funding for school meals. That
I
bill
apologize.
is a
Yes, the
study.
funding for school meals.
Yeah, that is written as here as a study. I'm advocating for it not to be a study. I heard your chair here doesn't like studies, so let's just fund the universal school meals because we know it works. It does reduce the stigma, does make sure that every child eats, and then they'll be able to learn and be healthier.
Okay, so when you say fund the universal school meal program, you're basically referring to a continuation of the program that we had, or in some, still have, I think, in some cases. Does that, so because here in the language of the bill here, the study, talks about identifying people that actually have the need. Would your proposal be need-based, or would it just be universal? Kids that can afford it, kids that can't afford it, everybody just gets a free lunch?
I'm pretty sure for a student that goes to school now, they're handed a textbook, and handed school supplies, without a means test, financially. And I think meals are that important. Every child should just make sure that they all eat. Even a family that has a household income that might be above what they qualify for in a federal program may have some difficulties going on at home where their parents don't give them school lunch money or don't pack a lunch for them. So I think it could just benefit every child. But if there was some sort of cost sharing between municipalities or something like that to, make it more affordable with our Connecticut state budget, maybe that's something that we should look at.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for, clarifying what your position is. I'm personally of the belief that that's probably not the right approach. I remember that when I was in school, there was a form that went out first day of class, and it was very discreet, and your parents would fill it out and mail it in, or, whatever the method was. And nobody would ever find out who was on, reduced or free lunch versus who was actually paying for it, because everybody kind of used their school lunch card that already had money in it, whether it was, money that was, basically, free lunch, or whether it was money that was actually put in there by some, a child's parents. And last kind of comment / question here.
I just want to remind you, we're talking about the budget, not policy.
Yes, correct. I understand. But right, relevant and germane to the budget, we're looking to save money, where we can. And it's just, my view that if it's possible to find some common ground here, I would urge, everybody in this room to work towards that, to find, where we can, because I remembered that when I was, like I said, in school, so many kids would throw out their lunch half eaten, would just waste the food. Clearly, these are kids that are pretty well fed one way or the other. You know what I mean? And I'm all for the ones that actually need it. All for it. Absolutely. That's just, it's absolutely ridiculous to, not be for kids that actually are going home hungry to give them, food. It's one of the most basic needs that we have. So I just urge, everybody to keep that in mind. And, but I do thank you for your testimony and for clarifying the position, sir.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
Have a
very
good
much.
day. Next, Chanel T. Chanel T? Yep. Chanel,
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry. It says Chanel T, but I'm Kiana Slaughter. Let me start. Hello, committee board. My name is Kiana Slaughter, and I'm a graduating senior here at Southern Connecticut State University. I am a communication major with a concentration in personal and professional communication. So when I first came here to Southern, I wanted to be, I'm speaking for HB number 6901, an act concerning a student loan reimbursement program for certain professionals. And I'm doing that for my communication professional. So the skills I have learned as a communication major that will help me be successful in my career is that I can communicate innovative ideas or projects successfully. I do believe that communicators do speak.
Kiana?
Yes.
I believe you are on the list, and you're at number 76. So right now, you've already gotten halfway through, so I will let you go ahead, but you are registered and you are next to last. So when we got.
Oh,
you
I'm
to
so
speak,
sorry.
we thought that that wasn't somebody who got missed. So I will let you go ahead, finish your testimony, but just understand, we try and honor the number rate, drawings that people have when they sign up. So go right ahead. Finish.
Yes, I do apologize for
That's okay. Go ahead.
that. As I was saying, my end goal is to own my own business that supports DCF, which is Department of Children and Families, with my communication degree. I would like for you guys to keep reimbursing the communication program, because a lot of us communication majors, we do have ideas and oh, I'm so sorry. I'm getting my thoughts are all over the place.
Take your time. Go ahead.
Yes, we would like you guys to keep reimbursing the communication program, because it is a program that does help students out in the real world. It does help us be able to communicate effectively with our ideas and to help new ideas. So Southern's communication program does offer many scholarships for people within the communication program. To conclude, I would like to keep communications as a program on any university, because it does increase career stability and I'm so sorry, and one's ability to make it through the real world. I would like you guys just to keep the program, because it really means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm assuming that you're testifying on the student loan bill. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you and congratulations. And that's why we try and honor the people as they prove our numbers. You have a great
Yes.
day and thank
You
you.
too.
Go
Thank
out.
you.
Go out.
Thank
Thank
you.
Bye-bye. Next we have Jeff Sidewater.
Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nuccio, and esteemed Connecticut General Assembly members, the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jeff Sidewater. I'm the co-chair of the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut Public Policy and Legislation Committee. I also work for the Capital Region Education Council, and I'm responsible for multiple school meal programs in Hartford County. I am speaking today on SB 1216, an act concerning funding for school meals. I am requesting that you support funding for school meals for all in Connecticut now. Our kids cannot afford the time it would take to study funding. We learned this last fall, when meals were no longer no cost for all students, meal counts dropped dramatically, in some schools up to 60%, and with many as high as 40%. We don't need a study to determine if there's a need for funding this program. The United Way of Connecticut recent ALICE study, which stands for Asset Limited Income Constrained Employed, indicated that most towns in Connecticut have at least 40% of their households not making their survival wage of over $110,000 for a family of 4 in 2022. But next year, the federal income guidelines for the National School Lunch Program cease any meal benefits at $55.5 and above, even for reduced price meals. Free meals are cut off at only $39,000 for the same household. Alice shows that family expenses in 2022 are for a family of 4 of $110,000. And with $55,000 being the cutoff for benefits, we've got a gap here. We've got a gap of families that cannot pay for their meals, yet they don't qualify for benefits. And that's why this program to fund school meals is so important for us. By moving to a completely free school meal model, we're investing in our children, creating an equitable system that benefits every child regardless of race or socioeconomic status. The budget also needs to include making community eligibility provision districts that receive less than 100% free reimbursement whole, as some of these districts, such as mine, are receiving less reimbursement per meal than wealthier non-CEP districts under the extension of the SMART funds through June 30th, 2023 that was recently passed. Such districts are usually comprised of many more minority students and have a high poverty rate, but they're being shortchanged since wealthier districts are getting 100% free meal reimbursement for each meal served. Ensuring that all CEP district schools receive the 100% free reimbursement rate will create a more equitable program that will allow costlier local fresh foods and better pay for the local community food service employees and help alleviate inequities in the funding model. The governor and the legislature thought it was important enough and necessary to allocate smart funding for meals for all students for a partial year. Extended for the entire 2022-23 school year. Why is it not important enough to fund it for all the future years as well? School meals stand apart as the only major part of public education that's not funded by state and federal education funds.
Are you all set, Mr. Sidewater?
Okay, I will wrap it up. I urge the Connecticut legislators and Governor Lamont's administration to take necessary steps to provide healthy school meals to all students free of charge, starting with the 23-24 school year. Urge you to support this much needed program for all our kids and their families without needing a study further. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. And I have a couple questions, Mr. Sidewater, and there are a
Sure.
couple
Yes.
people in the queue that have questions also. And we're sticking to the 2 questions so that everybody knows that, because people were wandering into policy statements and that's not what we need. So there are a number of schools that qualify for CEP that don't apply for CEP. And I'm wondering if you think that should be a requirement that all schools apply for CEP.
If the state was to fund the difference between that, then I think, yes, I think that would be great. Right now, the CEP, federal CEP guidelines say you have to be at 40%
Correct.
of the identified student population. That identified student population are the directly certified kids, usually SNAP, mostly SNAP children. But then you use a multiplier to determine what your reimbursement rate is, and that multiplier is a 1.6. So at a 40% rate, you're not really getting full reimbursement. So a district like ours, we have a 50% ISP, but we have 18% of our meals are only reimbursed at like 80 cents a meal. So we're losing money on those. But luckily,
What is it? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The rate,
Yep,
the rate is 1.6.
right. And what is the reimbursement that you get?
We only get 82% at the free rate, and then we only get the other 18%, which is about 80 cents per meal. And so
How many cents per meal?
about 87 cents this year, which
87 cents, okay.
Yeah.
So that is really the crux of the issue, is that we don't want to be or cannot afford to fund school meals at $90 million without some onus relative to the communities they're in. And if we have CEP communities that are over 40% who are not applying for the federal grant dollars that could come in, that doesn't seem to make any sense to us. And there are some schools that could afford free lunch right now, that could pay for it, that choose not to pay for it, that have the capacity to afford that. So I think that that's something that we have to look at also, because the state should not be paying if we direct a school to fund those school meals that they can afford that. So that's something that we should be doing. So that's really the couple of financial questions about it. No one's debating the policy, but we have a lot of great policies here that we'd all like to fund, and we can't fund them all. So we have to find a way for people to have some onus in the total dollars. And up next is Representative Felipe to ask you a question, sir.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to begin by thanking you for coming before us and saying I completely agree when it comes to the reimbursement rates, especially, I come from Bridgeport and we have the same exact issue. We don't get reimbursed at the amount in which we are forced to pay, which puts us in a bit of a deficit when it comes to school meals. However, I serve as vice chair of our Black and Puerto Rican caucus. And when I look at the proposal that's here, especially when you talk about it, not as a study, but as funding all students free meals, for me, it flies in the face of equity. I wanted to ask you, with all these things before us, with all the things that we're looking at, do you think that it's equitable to do it for all children versus looking at some of the more needs-based proposals that we have?
I feel that it's best to feed all our children at no cost. There's plenty of studies been done. It's been happening all around the country. We've got many of our neighboring states have also agreed that this is the best way to have school meals being paid for by other funding, but not to break it up and do it by just needs based. We found problems with the application process. It's very difficult to have parents fill out applications. We know that CEP districts that may qualify at the lower levels of 40% or so cannot afford to do that because of the lack of reimbursement on there. So we really need to have all of our students be able to get the meals at no charge, and to alleviate stigma, as Representative Turco said quite eloquently, is that we don't ask a parent to pay for their transportation for the kids to come to school. We don't ask them to pay for their Chromebooks when they come to school. Why should we be asking them for meals? This will prevent stigma of children that are getting free meals and some that are not getting free meals or qualifying for that. So that's why we feel that this is the best way to handle the program.
Yeah, all due respect, as a young man who comes from a family where I qualified every year for free meals, the idea of stigma to me is a little too sensitive, to be honest with you. And when we're talking about this policy in particular, I just want to echo my co-chair before I finish, or my chair before I finish. When it comes to this policy, I think that we have to make sure that those who can pay do pay. And until we can do that, I don't think we can move forward. But thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very
Appreciate it. Up next is Robin Kaplan-Cho. Floor is yours.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Robin Kaplan-Cho, and I am the retirement specialist for CEA. And I've been doing this work for over 28 years. And among other things, I assist our active and retired teachers with any issues they have related to the state teachers' retirement system. CEA supports the addition of one new retired seat to the retirement board. The bill before you, which is 6489, would add 2 retiree seats. If a second seat is added, it should actually be for an active teacher, given that active teachers comprise 60% of the STRB membership, while retired teachers comprise about 40%. In fact, if there were one additional active teacher and one additional retired teacher added, the representation on the STRB would be pretty much exactly proportionate to their membership. This bill also would only allow those retirees who are on one of the Teachers Retirement Board health plans, which, for those of you who may not be familiar, only relates to those on Medicare. They would only be allowed to run for seats. CEA does oppose any restrictions as to who should be able to run for a retirement board seat. For example, if this bill were to pass, retired teachers who are not yet on Medicare and thus not on any of the TRB plans would be prohibited from running for an office. And any retiree who maybe has insurance through their spouse, so as not a member of the retired teachers insurance program, would also be prohibited from running for a seat. I see no rational basis for excluding certain retirees from being able to run for the TRB based on their health plan choice or their health plan status. The bill also changes who elects retired teachers to the TRB by no longer allowing active teachers to vote in a retired election. As you heard, the law has always allowed all members to vote for each other, actives for retireds and vice versa. I think it's reasonable to say that active teachers definitely do have a vested interest in all actions taken by the TRB, particularly around healthcare. I know from speaking to thousands of teachers over the years that many of them make their decision to retire or not retire, as the case may be, based on what their healthcare options and costs are going to be when they retire. So I don't see the need to exclude them from voting on the retired seats. Finally, I would say that if the legislature does decide to add additional seats to the retirement board, whether it's active or retired, we would just suggest that next election occur concurrent with whenever the next election is. Otherwise, it will cause the retirement board to incur additional costs. I think they said it's over $50,000 to run one election. So if there's going to be an election anyway, have the new seat run at that point. That's all I have. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would focus on one comment you made, which is that you can't see any rational basis to do this. And that comes back to the age-old question of who's rational, whose reasonable man are we talking about? Because I can see a lot of rational bases for there to be greater representation for retired teachers on the board. And it comes down to, what is your future interest versus your present interest? What is the difference between sympathy and empathy? What is, how do people allocate risk and reward based on intangible future situation they may find themselves in? So I can absolutely see a lot of rational bases for this. And I think that representation really matters. I think it's important for people who are in the current circumstance and are affected by the current policies, who are affected today, not affected sometime in the future, to have representation on that board. So maybe you could speak to a little bit about why wouldn't somebody whose present interest would be affected today by the decisions have greater representation than people who might in the future, or who may also be retired but don't really have a dog in that fight because they don't have the insurance issues that are at play on the retirement board.
Yeah, sure. Are you speaking to the issue of who votes for whom, or are you speaking to also the issue of whether you have to be on the TRB plan? All
Whether
those.
whether you have to be on the TRB plan, whether it's okay to have representation based on the precise allocation of how many present versus future retirees are there.
Yeah, no, I mean, just to be clear, we definitely support additional teacher members on the retirement board for sure, both active and retired teachers. So I think I'm in agreement with you on that.
But aren't retired teachers in the best position to make decisions about what affects retired teachers?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think certainly they have a great interest in that. But as I said, I speak to teachers all the time that are going to be retiring in June and very much need to know what are the options, what are the plans, what are the subsidies. What I said, I don't see a rational basis to excluding people who, who may not be on the plan for a personal reason or just based on age. So if you're retiring and you're 64, you would not be able to run for a retired seat under this proposal, just because you're not on the TRB plan. The TRB also, the plan also sponsors those monthly subsidies that go to school to offset the cost for those teachers who are on the retired teachers on the Board of Ed plans. So the TRB has.
I'll bring it back to whenever I think about present interest versus future interest, I always think about that study that was done with the little kids where they're told, here's a marshmallow, it's right in front of you. And if you don't eat it while I'm away, you're going to get 10 marshmallows at the end. And by and large, they cannot resist the marshmallow that's in the future, that's there in the present, even though they're going to get 10 marshmallows later on. It's really, really hard to even for grownups, to understand the impact of future decisions. They don't feel them the same way. So I think you and I are going to agree to disagree on that.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for your testimony today.
Yeah,
Thank you,
you're
Madam Chair.
welcome. And if I could just follow up. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Yeah,
Let me
thank you.
just make sure. I keep forgetting. I got a group of people over here too. No, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Have a
thank
great
you.
day. Thank you for your testimony. Peggy Radcliffe, and after Peggy Radcliffe, Elizabeth Frazier, and after Elizabeth Frazier, Kimberly Hughes. Good afternoon.
Hello and good afternoon. Nice to be here to speak to this. I'm here to talk about Bill SB 1216. And my name is Peggy Radcliffe and I work in an elementary school. It's pre-K through third grade in East Hampton, Connecticut. I'm just here to tell you what I see every day when I work out in the cafeteria. I have little kids that would buy their lunch all the time. And then when it would go to, they had to pay for it, kids came in with snacks in their lunchbox. I ring up the kids' breakfast There's kids that have hundreds of dollars that they owe the school, that the parents just can't afford to put money on their accounts, but we still feed them. But they owe hundreds of dollars. So the school district will have to pay that at the end of the year. So and then there's some kids that wouldn't eat. They have a stigmatism of not getting, no, thank you. Do you want this? No, no, thank you. So now that they went back to free meals, more kids are eating, and it's great. So I have a third grader that every day he would get hot lunch. And then when it changed to full pay, he'd walk in and just carrying a Lunchable. And that's all he had to eat. We have a share bowl that people are able to put food they don't want, apples, apple slices, things. So all the students are able to go up to this share bowl. He'd go every day looking to see if there was anything in there for him. If it was empty, he couldn't take anything else. But now that it's back to free pay, he's getting his hot lunch every day. And it's just great to see. I have another one that a teacher came to me because she only had snacks in her lunchbox. Well, I know the person, so I went up and talked to her. She said, well, her sister packs her lunch. Well, her sister's 4th grade and she's 3rd grade. So she doesn't know what's in there till she opened it and saw she only had snacks. Teacher said, can we give her some lunch? I said, absolutely. That's what we're here for. We're here to feed the children. So we gave her lunch. And when she brought me up her tray later, she said, you're not going to tell my mom, are you? And I'm like, well, I'm not going to tell her, but the school sends emails to the parents every 4 days when there's a balance on their account. And the balance just keeps growing and growing. So they obviously can't pay it. So what do, right? The kids can't eat. I have another student with the same situation. She was shy. She wouldn't eat. The teacher said she doesn't have anything. So we gave her food. She already had a negative balance, so it just added to her negative balance. So, and she was very shy. So I would start asking her when she would come in, do you have lunch today? And she would shake her head. So what would you like? And I'd give her options and she would take lunch. But now that it's back to free, she's getting lunch every day. So, I see firsthand those that weren't eating and that they are eating. So I'm just here to say the importance of feeding the children. So I just ask you to,
Thank you.
invest in kids. They're little, they can't help it. They're just want to go to school and be kids. And we don't want them to be hungry.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I don't think there's anybody up here who would, or on the screen, who would want any child to go hungry. We all want all our children to thrive. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there? Yes, Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I too wanted to just thank you personally for coming forward. Just from your testimony, you can tell how much you care very much about this issue. And I know we're looking at trying to find the best funding piece so that we can make sure that all of our children do not go to school and are hungry when they leave. So thank you very much for caring so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank
Wait,
you.
put your hand up higher. Thank you, Representative Porter.
This will just be 2 seconds. I too want to echo the sentiments of my colleague. I can remember those days. I was also a student that was on reduced and at times free lunch. And it was stigmatizing. I know that's not everybody's testimony, but I felt compelled to say that it's not the same for all kids. But I do know that there is a stigma that goes along with that because I experienced it at times. And I will also say that it was very disheartening for me to find that when children don't have lunch money, they don't get lunch. So I want to commend you for what you do and for caring so much. And I do believe that all kids should be eating for free. I'll put that on the record too. I agree with Representative Turco. We don't charge them for books. We don't charge them for supplies. We shouldn't be charging them to eat lunch. If they are in our care, they should be fed. When I have children with me, if it's time to eat, I feed them. And I'm not asking them for money to pay for their meals. So
They
thank
can't
you
help
so
it.
much. I really do appreciate the work that you're doing. And I know those babies appreciate you too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Paris, if it's financial? Oh, good, okay. I mean, I just want everybody to say, we really do understand this, but we also need to remember we're doing a public hearing for our budget, so. Elizabeth Frazier, how are you, Liz?
I'm very well. Thank you very much, Representative Walker, and good afternoon to Senator Austin, Senator Berthel, and Representative Nuccio, and all members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Liz Fraser, the Policy Director for the Connecticut Association for Human Services, and I'm here to speak about Raise Bill 6901, 6896, and 5264, which clearly, Connecticut clearly needs to address the childcare crisis, and these bills provide potential remedies to the problem. As far as 6901, an act concerning student loan reimbursement, we support this bill, which provides student loan reimbursement for certain professionals, including students wanting to join the early care and education workforce. With staffing issues at the forefront of the early care problem, it is crucial to attract more credentialed early educators to the field. This bill will help with the cost of acquiring a bachelor's degree in early education, helping to increase staffing and promote the quality of early learning environments. Raise Bill 6901, an act concerning incentives to address the shortage of childcare facilities, would provide funding initiatives for corporations to provide facilities and early care for their employees' children. While we know it is really well intended, we have concerns. 80% of early care and learning is offered through private center-based small businesses or family home businesses who are barely able to operate under an untenable business model and need relief. A survey of the field indicated that 1/3 of private programs were operating in the red, another third were barely breaking even. Many are family-owned businesses or community nonprofits who have been providing care for years or even generations. Rather than using scarce government funding to support the needs of individual wealthy corporations, why not use it to address the underlying issues that have brought us to this point and establish plans and actions toward the establishment of a viable system of care that is available for all parents that need it, wherever they are employed. 45 for the state is still considered a childcare desert, where there is not any care available, and we do need to attract younger workers to the state. There is plenty of room needed for growth, but as presently structured, early care is not a viable system for those that are already operating, and this prohibits additional growth of centers and private providers and from opening new accessible programs available to all in communities. If the current system fails, big business will not be able to provide enough care for all the parents that need it, but their employees will have access. We will have winners and losers, and early care is more and more understood as a public good for the benefit of families, communities, employers, and the economy, and we need to start looking at it that way. There are ways corporations can play a role. They could establish and contribute to community partnerships for the benefit of the whole community. These could be considered as community assets and operated by local nonprofits. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any comments or questions? If not, next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Liz. Kimberly Hughes.
Hi, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kim Hughes, and I am a resident of West Hartford. I am also a co-director of Root to Rise, an organization that works to ensure all children have access to meaningful, inclusive outdoor education. Often we connect through food, and for us, this means talking to children about food from the seed to the compost bin. I am here today to support school meals for all in Connecticut. I did also want to share my opposition to taking time to study free school meals when we all have the information we need to know that schools should be providing this essential need, food, to students if we are supporting their ability to learn and capacity to learn. As a parent and a frequent volunteer at my children's school cafeteria, I have witnessed firsthand what happens when there are gaps in the school food system. Children cannot learn with an empty stomach or by eating food that does not offer balanced nutrition. Is school lunch a right or a privilege? Driven by this question, I dove into research within Connecticut and around the country, trying to understand our school meals programs. This is years ago. I discovered it is a very complex system, but that does not mean that we can ever be satisfied if even one child is caught in the gaps of the free and reduced lunch program. The last few years of the pandemic taught us what we otherwise would never have been able to learn, and that is offering free school meals to all children is a great investment. It supports a more equitable system where no one gets left behind, and we all witness many other positive benefits to families and the larger community as well. Things like nutrition services programs that can recognize the economies of scale, increase buying power, leading to better quality meals. Access to reliable funding gives nutrition services directors the ability to establish relationships with local farmers, which support the entire community, as well as the carbon footprint of every meal served. It also addresses the big issue in the room, something I remember all too well as a child myself, the stigma attached to being a child who receives free and reduced lunches. In closing, I just want to take a moment to touch on Ms. Radcliffe's testimony. I was moved like everyone else, and I can confirm her observations that she so poignantly shared are things that I saw as well firsthand. It is a system that it's not right when a system means grown-ups in the room having conversations. Hey, this child doesn't have a meal. They don't have any options. What can we do for them? Well, we can't give them a meal. They already have a balance. It's just not possible. How is it possible for us to be satisfied with that? So I urge you to support this very needed program for our children and our families and their success at school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Have a good day. Next, Jeffrey Drew.
Good morning.
Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Drew. I'm Administrator of Pupil Personnel Services at the Children's Center of Hamden. I'm here in response to proposed Bill 1218 on teacher retirement, which would eliminate the teacher retirement system for new hires in our program. And just if there's any background noise, I currently have a student in crisis outside my office, so I can repeat anything that maybe you don't get to hear. But the Children's Center of Hamden is the first agency chartered by the state of Connecticut for care of dependent children. Founded in 1833 as the New Haven Orphan Asylum, our agency has been devoted to serving the physical, emotional, and educational needs of vulnerable and at-risk children for over 185 years. Currently, we offer a full array of treatment services nationally accredited by the Joint Commission. We serve approximately 500 youth and families each year. A central component of our service continuum is a state-approved special education program, Whitney Hall School. Whitney Hall provides specialized academic instruction to youth who require 24-hour care at our facility and those referred by area public schools when the highly specialized needs of a student youth is beyond the capacity of the school system to adequately meet. For over 50 years, our certified educational staff have been enabled by Connecticut statute to participate in the Connecticut Teachers Retirement Program. Currently, we have 16 and soon to be 17 of our staff actively participating. Though this is a relatively small number, the ability for our educational certified staff to take advantage of this benefit has been absolutely crucial in our effort to attract and maintain qualified employees and experienced educators. The Children's Center successfully educates extremely challenging students because we have a competent team of staff. As a nonprofit school, you are likely already aware that our salary structure falls extremely short when compared to what teachers typically earn in a public school. To eliminate our certified educators from access to the state's teacher retirement system is certain to irreparably handicap our ability to attract and, more importantly, maintain the quality and expertise we desperately need to meet the needs of our disabled students. The ability of our educators to participate in the teacher retirement system has allowed our teachers, despite salary significantly less than what they would earn in a public school, to invest their career in our school and its mission to provide care and education to some of Connecticut's most vulnerable and traumatized children and adolescents. And to go off the script real quick to emphasize our needs, the teacher shortage is felt everywhere throughout the state right now. But in special ed, it's always been there. I've been in education for 17 years now. And in that 17 years, special ed has always been identified by the state of Connecticut as a durational shortage area. And, you know, we've come through COVID in the last few years, limping through. It's been an incredibly trying 3 years, and we need every resource possible. These are the most at-risk students in the state. In 2022 and 23, we've served students from the following towns: Avon, Branford, Bridgeport, Bristol, Cheshire, Colchester, Derby, East Hartford, East Haven, Fairfield, Franklin, Granby, Griswold, Hamden, Hartford, Killingly, Manchester, Meriden, Middletown, Milford, Monroe, Montville, New Britain, New Haven, New Milford, North Haven, Norwich, Seymour, Simsbury, South Windsor, Stamford, Stratford, Stonington, Suffield, Thompson, Tolland, Torrington, Vernon, Wallingford, Waterbury, West Hartford, West Haven, Wyndham, and Windsor. We're not a privately funded, we're not a private school funded by wealthy families looking for resources for their kids. We are funded by towns sending us students that they cannot meet the needs of. And we're able to do this because of retaining these staff. Removing teacher retirement from new hires.
You have to sum up your.
Yeah, that's it. That's just, it will make things incredibly difficult in already difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments? No, thank you. Thank you. Have a great day. Next is Emile Peters.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Emily Peters. I am a senior at Southern Connecticut State University, and I am attending this meeting to speak on the topic of the HB number 6901, an act concerning a student loan reimbursement program for certain professionals. I would like to suggest the importance of expanding this pilot program to other majors, such as the arts and humanities, along with the nurses and teachers. I understand the incentives behind the idea, which is to push people and reward them for getting degrees in nursing and teaching because there is a demand there. But an act such as this one should not discriminate, especially when there are graduates with a degree in the arts and humanities who will be working in nonprofit organizations, healthcare, and education as well. I'd like to share with you a little bit about me. I am majoring in communications, minoring in marketing and theater. I am someone who has always believed in inclusivity and wanted to learn more about human connections and how to efficiently connect and communicate with people on a business to consumer level. I've been drawn to what motivates people to attain goods and services, keep brand loyalty, and stay connected to businesses. And I feel having this want to understand people and help the economy grow is impactful, especially since the pandemic. Since COVID-19, there has been a shift in the way that people think as consumers and employees. And in the marketing sector, there has been a change in how to reach clients, consumers, and employees, leading to the demand for graduates with this specific skill set. More companies are forming a department called Inclusivity and Diversity for the select group of us that are willing and able to research data, statistics, and people to help companies continue to grow and listen to the wants of the public. Consumers want their voices to be heard. They want to feel connected to the companies who provide the goods and services, allowing for an honest level and trust and transparency. And this even extends to the marketing and communications in healthcare and education. So my conclusion is that we may not be the nurses or teachers on the front lines, but the skills we learn in communications and marketing could provide a link to the field of healthcare and education. We are the silent ones, researching and developing connections, which is unique in itself, and an opportunity for this new bill should be open to us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Up next is Francesca Velasquez. You're muted.
Oh, hi, how you doing?
Hi, how are you? Go ahead.
Good. My name is Francesca Velasquez. I am from Stanford, and I am a childcare center owner, and I employed 30 people, and I'm also a member of Circle. I would like to speak on 3 bills that concern childcare industry very quickly. On Bill 5264, we would like to thank you for wanting to build more childcare centers. And on Bill 6896, 6896 for wanting to do a study on wages for childcare staff. And in parentheses, I want to say PS to that is we could use those dollars spent on the study to create a wage fund that could be a potential solution to help increase wages without adding to the burden of childcare costs for families. What we need to do is address the root of the issue of livable wages for our early educators. We know what we need in the childcare industry. Early educators need to be made a priority in the state of Connecticut so that more funds are allocated to the budget. I say it again, and I've said it before, childcare needs to be on the top of your agendas because without it, no one goes to work. And not last but not least, Bill 6901. I want to thank that we are included in that, the tuition or the debt, right? I forgot the name of it. I'm sorry. But what something else that we read on there was that why doesn't it go beyond the age of 44? We have early educators. They are working in the centers. They are older. And why would we exclude them? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much. Up next is Andy Ansenio. Andy, are you here? Andy? No? Amy Casavino Hall?
I am here. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Austin and Representative Walker and members of the committee. I'm Amy Casavino Hall from United Way of Connecticut, and also representing the network of 16 United Ways in Connecticut for support and testimony of SB 1216, an act concerning funding for student meals. You know, throughout this session, you've heard amazingly compelling testimony, as you have this afternoon, about the impact of school meals on children and school climate. But I'd like to specifically discuss the need for school meals. So a hallmark program of the United Ways of Connecticut is ALICE, which stands for Asset Limited Income Constrained and Employed, which is a data-driven approach to provide reliable and realistic information on the cost of living specific to regions in Connecticut. And what we know is that statewide, nearly 40% of households were living at or below the ALICE survival threshold before the pandemic. Now, Alice lives in every city and town in Connecticut, urban, suburban, and rural. And in fact, more than 85% of Connecticut towns have at least 1 in 5 households who are Alice. I'm talking about Alice because that data really makes the connection between how critical no-cost school meals are to children and families. The research conducted establishes an Alice survival budget that provides a conservative estimate of the cost of household essentials, the bare bones costs to live and work in the modern economy. And Senate Bill 1216 responds to the economic reality of Connecticut families. A family of 4 in Connecticut, that's 2 adults with an infant and a preschooler, need to earn over $110,000 annually to meet the ALICE survival budget adjusted for 2023 dollars. Our ALICE family of 4 will stop qualifying for reduced, not even free, but reduced price school lunch for their children when their annual income exceeds just more than $51,000. Now, the problem is, of course, that these are federal standards. They're not adjusted for regional costs, and they don't align with the real costs that Connecticut families are facing. Those children in our family of 4 are 2 of more than the 192,000 children in Connecticut who live in ALICE households, but who do not receive SNAP or likely any other food assistance. The need is real. In the fall of 2021, 41% of Connecticut ALICE households with children reported that sometimes or often their children were not eating enough because they just couldn't afford the food. And I just want to note that that same survey also showed that 17% of Connecticut families above the ALICE threshold also struggle to feed their children. These have been extraordinary times, and again, that need is very real. Alice is working hard, but Alice is not getting by. But on issues like food insecurity, the needs of Alice families can also be invisible. No-cost meals are particularly important for families and children of color in Connecticut who are disproportionately Alice. 57% of Black households and 63% of Hispanic households in Connecticut live below the Alice threshold before the pandemic. The great news is that we can leverage this highly efficient and effective existing infrastructure in our schools to advance education, bolster families' financial stability, and actively work to reduce economic and racial disparities. I do want to note that some of the wealthiest towns in Connecticut will not benefit from the bill, including towns like Darien, Buchanan, Wilton, Weston, and Westport, because they've opted out of the National School Lunch Program, which is a criterion for participation. You've got it.
Thank you.
So I hope I've helped address the perception of need for universal access to school meals. I understand there are questions about cost sharing and providing appropriate support across district, but please let's not continue to put the question of financial burden on our families to figure out, or to the child who shows up in the cafeteria not knowing if or how they will eat. The ALS data makes the case, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Representative McCarty?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And if you wouldn't mind just finishing your thought, you started to talk about those school districts that opted out. Could you just explain that a little further?
Absolutely. It's also available in my written testimony. There is a map included in that, which maps the percentage of households in Connecticut that are ALICE up against towns that participate, districts that participate in the CEP program, right? So the first thing you'll notice on that map is how much of the state of Connecticut has at least 1 in 4 households that are ALICE compared to the limited amount of programs. The other thing that's noticeable on the map is that we've got, I think, 11 districts in Connecticut that have opted out of the National School Lunch Program. And that's kind of the framework for all of this. So if the legislation is written as the advocates have suggested, participation in that program would be essential for participation in universal access to school meals in Connecticut. That means 11 of those 11 towns, which are some of the wealthiest towns in Connecticut, would not benefit from this legislation. It would not affect their school meal status.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Maggie Dreyer. Maggie, are you here? Okay, just make sure the mic gets on when you're up there. It might already be on. I can't see it. It'll have a little red outline. There you go. You're all set.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Margaret Dreyer. I represent the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut, as well as being the school nutrition director for 3 districts in the state of Connecticut. I'm also a resident of Canton, Connecticut. And I am here in opposition of SB 1216, an act concerning funding for student meals. Excuse me, healthy, nutritious, delicious school meals, combat hunger and obesity. Providing our students with free meals is as vital as providing our students with computers, textbooks, and transportation. Breakfast and lunch should be provided to every student free of charge as part of the school day. We don't feel it's necessary to have another study to tell us this. We believe the rationale is simple. The current free and reduced school lunch program can and does stigmatize children. Students qualifying for free lunch feel different and less than and can suffer the stigma and mental health issues as a result. Many will choose to go hungry than feel the shame that goes with a program designed for the so-called poor kids. In my districts, we ran out of our SMART funding the end of December. So when we came back after the holidays, January 3rd through March 1st, we went back to a paid meals system. In that short period of time, my districts have increased, negative balances have increased to over $15,000. And every school district must take money from the general education fund to pay for unpaid meal balances. That affects other programs, teachers, books, buildings. I don't feel that school districts should have to choose between feeding our students or cutting a program or something that is integral to educating our students. Free school meals for all students will remove the nutritional inequalities that exist and cut across socioeconomic and racial boundaries. It will level the playing fields. I know there's a lot of discussion about the more affluent districts, and I do understand your concern. I do want to point out that we have a school choice program in Connecticut where students may live in a district that qualifies for CEP and free meals, but if they choose to attend another district that is not a CEP district, then they would not receive those free meals. So there are students from lower income districts that are attending higher income district school districts. And more than simple calories, school meals are in and of themselves an educational tool. We know studies show that school meals are the healthiest meals that most children receive regardless of income level. School meals
Recording in progress.
expose children to delicious foods like fresh fruits, vegetables, grains, and help them establish healthy eating patterns for life. While meals were free, we had the funding to work more often with local farmers and providing fresh and local produce. I'm very proud of my staff and the work that they do in our districts. We do a lot of scratch cooking. We try to use as much fresh and local produce as we can. By doing that, we were also supporting our local farmers and helping our local economy. The single biggest investment we can make in our children is funding school meals for all into the future, that our children are healthy, fed, and ready to learn. I think
Can you
our-
wrap this up?
Yes. And I just feel our responsibility is to provide our children with the tools that they need to become healthy, strong adults, and that will help all of us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. But I would point out that the same choice you don't want the schools to make, you're asking us to make. Because you would like us to choose between a program for someone with intellectual disabilities or food. These are the hard decisions that we make every day. So I just point that out because to say that is saying as if our choices don't matter, and our choices equally matter as that local district does. So I just want to point that out, that what you're saying the local district shouldn't have to make as a choice, you're telling us choose between funding a single mom for WIC or a person with intellectual disabilities to get to a job, or education funding, which we fund every year at hundreds of millions of dollars. So I just pointed out, I mean, this is my bill.
understand. It's a hard job.
So I'm just pointing out, when you say that they shouldn't have to choose, they have to choose as we have to choose.
Mhm.
And we have a lot of choices to make this year. So I just pointed out, I don't disagree that we should feed people at all, because this is my bill. But I just think that sometimes when people come up and they say to us, you have to choose and you should choose wisely. Okay. Thank you. But Solomon often chose wisely too. And when you have to cut the baby in half, that's not a choice that any of us want to make. But
I do not minimize at all the difficult decisions that you
just
make.
wanted to point it out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Oh, wait a minute. Someone has a question. Yep, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to the speaker, again, clearly you support providing lunches. At the beginning, you said you were in opposition, so you are in opposition, I'm
Of the
guessing, to
study.
the study.
The study,
Okay,
yes.
thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much
Yeah.
for the clarification.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Up next is Tammy Gouache. Tammy?
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I would like to thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to present my testimony before this committee. I'm Tammy Gouache, and I'm not only a retired teacher, but I am also the Executive Director for the Association of Retired Teachers of Connecticut. ARTC is the only teacher organization which solely represents retired teachers. Our sole focus is on the needs of retired teachers. Since 1946, ARTC has advocated to secure and protect the pension and health insurance benefits of retired educators. As HB 6489 reads, we are asking for equal representation on the Teachers Retirement Board in order to make it a board that more fairly represents retirees. Active teachers are fully engaged with the demands and challenges of active teachers and do not fully understand issues they will face in their retirement. So many will vote for who their union tells them to vote for. I encourage you to make it a more equal playing field so retired teachers vote for the retired board members and active teachers vote for the active board members. Finally, we at ARTC have been dealing with many insurance issues, which are creating frustration and stress for our retired teacher members, many of whom are elderly. Many of them reach out to the ARTC to get their questions answered when they feel they have nowhere else to turn for support. There have been many situations where we at ARTC have had to assist our members with an understanding how their insurance works and direct them to getting help in resolving their concern when it's not working. It would make a difference for retirees if there were people on the board who are enrolled in the TRB health insurance. A person who is enrolled in the TRB insurance would be aware of the issues a retired teacher has faced with the insurance and would provide relevant input when negotiating for health insurance programs for retired teachers. In closing, I would like to share some messages we receive often at ARTC. Quote, we need to do something to bring positive change to the TRB with some new leadership, and we may need more transparency with the TRB. Clearly, ARTC is an organization that fills a need as someone who will listen and act on their feelings of disenfranchisement from the TRB. That is why we are advocating for 2 more retired teacher voices to speak for them. Therefore, I feel HB 6489 will bring positive change and help improve transparency. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Thank you. Up next is Dawn Craco. Dawn? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dawn Craco, and I represent the National Organization Food Corps and the Connecticut Farm to School Collaborative. I'm here today to speak on SB 1216 and to ask for your support in funding school meals for all in Connecticut. I don't believe our kids can afford the time it would take to study funding. Instead, I urge you to consider continuing to fund school meals for all and all of the tough decisions you all have to make. Studies show the meals that students get from school are the healthiest meals they eat, regardless of income. They also impact academic performance and attendance, as students who eat school breakfasts have been shown to achieve 17.5% higher on standardized math tests and attend 1.5 more days of school. School Meals for All supports Connecticut's missing middle. So these are families making too much to qualify for school meal support, but not enough to make ends meet. As you heard from Amy from the United Way, they report that the household survival budget for a family of 4 in Connecticut is over $110,000. Due to federal regulations, if a family of 4 makes more than $52,000 a year, they would not qualify for any school meal support. By going back to an income-based tiered system, we estimate that over 54,000 students who could benefit from this support would be left out. In addition to the nutritional and academic benefits, offering no-cost meals to every student decreases the feelings a student may experience when they cannot afford to participate. As you've heard, even with PIN numbers and ID numbers, kids are smart. Students who are categorized as free and reduced know it, and those who have nothing at lunch can often feel feelings of shame and isolation, and this can impact the whole classroom and school environment. This is an investment that allows us to carry out on our vision for a high-quality educational experience for all students. Increased student participation also strengthens school meal programs, allowing them to invest in higher quality food and more local and fresh options. The funding that comes from the federal government reimbursement of meals is not nearly what is needed in a high cost living state like Connecticut to cover labor, administration, food costs, training, et cetera. When more students participate, economies of scale tip in their favor, allowing them to bring in more funding to support variety, choice, fresh local foods that support our agricultural community. Simply put, when cost and stigma are not barriers, more students participate and more investments can be made into the program, which means more nutritious, fresh, and culturally relevant menu items that students desire and deserve. And that also helps address food waste as well. Momentum is growing across the country as states realize the imperative of accessible, nutritious meals for all students to fully realize state education investments and meet the needs of families. I would love if Connecticut could continue to be ahead of the curve on school nutrition because it's best for Connecticut kids and best for our families. And I urge you to support this very needed program for our kids, our families, and their success. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Thanks, you're all set. Thank you. Up next is Meg Skata. Meg Skata, not here. Ashley Carl, are you here?
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Carl, and I'm a registered dietitian, nutritionist, and food service director for Plainville Community Schools. I am testifying on the bill SB 1216, an act concerning funding for student meals. Over the past 3 years, we have seen how critical school meals have been for all kindergarten through 12th grade students in Connecticut and across the country. We do not need a study to show impacts free school meals have had on the health and wellness of our students. I myself was a student who received reduced price meals as a child. I vividly recall the feeling of relief as a young student, knowing I had guaranteed access to 2 meals each day. My goal as a food service director and registered dietitian will always be to ensure every child has access to a healthy, well-balanced, nutritious meal each day. School meals expose children to delicious food like fruits and vegetables, whole grains, and help them establish healthy eating patterns for life. In Plainville, our breakfast and lunch participation the past 3 years has increased among students in the free and reduced program by 87% and 17% respectively. Despite already receiving free and reduced price meals, these students no longer felt the stigma and isolation associated with the meals because all the other students were receiving them as well. I recently surveyed parents on our food and nutrition program returning to full cost meals. I would like to share with you a couple of responses I have received. One parent responded, with the cost of living and prices on heat, oil, groceries increasing, my children will only be allowed to get hot lunch maybe once a week, and they will probably choose pizza Friday. As a family that brings in a combined household over 6 figures, it's still very difficult to meet the demands of food cost increase. Our wiggle room suffers. Another parent responded, my kids really enjoy the school lunches, and my son has gotten hot lunch almost every day while meals have been free. But now having multiple kids in school and having to work school lunches back into our budget, we may have to limit how many times a week or a month the kids will be able to buy school lunch. Investing in free meals for all students will help mitigate the associated burdens felt with working families and provide students with a meal aligned with the dietary guidelines for Americans. These meals include whole grains, proteins, fruits, and vegetables. It will allow school districts the opportunity to continue expanding farm to school initiatives and supporting our local businesses. This investment will not only benefit the hundreds of thousands of children in Connecticut, but local business owners, employees, families, and local farms. I urge you to please invest in our students, and I thank you for taking your time to listen to my testimony today.
Thank you, Ashley. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to Heather Vigu and Lauren Zametti. Heather, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're just working on a few camera logistics. The camera up top, there you have it.
Okay.
There we go.
Woohoo.
Hello.
Hi, guys. How are you?
So my name is Heather Vigue. We're coming to you from Memorial School in East Hampton, Connecticut. And I'd like to take about 90 seconds of your time to share a story with you and my class. They'll be hearing it for the first time today as well. Class, this is a story that does not start with once upon a time, because this is a true story. It's a nonfiction story. Are you ready to hear it? Yeah. Well, this little first grader loved her family so much, and they loved her too. But her family was sad sometimes, and she didn't want to make her family sad, so she never told them when she was hungry. And she often was hungry, but she didn't want to complain. She often went to school without any food. And when it came time for lunch, she would sneak off and hide in the bathroom so nobody would know she didn't have any food. Then one day her teacher said we would be going on a field trip, she said. And the kids were so excited, but not this first grader. She was worrying about lunch because parents were supposed to pack a lunch for their kids. And she didn't tell her family because she knew there was no food at her house. So on the day of the field trip, when everybody was sitting by the lake and having their picnic lunch, this first grader hid behind a tree close by. And she stood there the whole time listening to the kids chewing and laughing and smelling their food. And she hid there the whole time. That first grader was me. And I don't ever want a child to feel the way I had to feel when I was in school. So my opinion about keeping free meals for school is pretty easy for me to think about, because the stigma is real and it does stay with you. And if you have the power to prevent it, we have a responsibility to do that. How do you guys feel about that story? Yeah. How do you feel about school lunches? Yeah. What's your favorite school lunch? Who's got a quiet hand or a poster to share?
My favorite school lunch is chicken because I like chicken at home, and I like chicken at school because I like chicken.
Chicken's good for you too. Thanks for sharing. Who else wants to talk about their favorite school lunch?
My favorite school lunch is pizza.
Pizza. Who agrees with Kaden on that one for pizza? Do you like pizza? Thumbs up. Who thinks we should have free lunch for all kids so nobody has to worry about food? Is that your opinion?
Yeah.
Is it okay if you have a different opinion? Of course it is, but I'm glad to hear you feel the same way as Ms. Vigue. Thank you for sharing the time with us.
Miss Vigue, can you tell the children, how old are the kids in your class?
6 years old and 7 years old.
6 and 7. What grade is that?
First
grade. And you're at East Hampton Memorial Schools?
Yes.
And is Lauren Zametti also there too?
Yes, she's ready to go on next.
She's ready to go on next. All righty. Well, you tell the kids they did a really nice job. Thank you very much. We're all going to wave to you now.
Hi, this
Hi,
is
how are
Lauren.
you, Lauren? Go
Hi,
ahead.
good. This is Lauren Zamidi, first grade at Memorial School in East Hampton. And this is my first grade class. Can you guys say hi? Hi. So we just wanted to say how important school meals are. And as a teacher in East Hampton for over 35 years and 39 years total teaching, I've seen what a difference it makes for students to have a nice, healthy meal. Hi guys. So a nice healthy meal at school and for breakfast as well. And I just see that when they're hungry, those students are not able to learn. And one other thing is when we have food for breakfast, if there's extras left over, we don't waste it. We save it and we use it. And if it needs to be refrigerated, I refrigerate it. And then we use it for snacks the next day if students need a snack. We've also enjoyed a lot of the taste testing we've done this year with all the different vegetables. And the students really love hot lunch and they love the meals in the breakfasts. Boys and girls, can you show a show of hands? How many of you get school lunch now that it's free? So as you can see, there's only about 2 that typically don't get school lunch now that it's free. And when it wasn't free, I probably had about 4 or 5 that got school lunch. So I think that, you know, it really makes a difference for those healthy meals, and the students absolutely love it. Who can tell us what is one of the favorite things we did for tasting vegetables in Veguary? Lucy.
Pizza.
What vegetables?
Universal language.
The cucumbers. She loved the cucumbers. How about you, Yosa? The cucumbers. What else did we taste besides cucumbers? Cole.
Green beans.
Green beans. What else did we taste, Maya? Elijah, can you help her out? Radishes, mushrooms, and edamame. So as it is too, they're trying a lot of different foods that they normally wouldn't have. So boys and girls, can you give a show of hands? Who wants us to be able to keep school meals free? Thank you very much for your time.
So, Mrs. Zametti, who is the young man that's right in front of you that
This
came up to
man-
visit you?
This is my buddy Braden. And Braden,
Hi,
do you get hot
Braden.
lunch every day?
How are you?
Yes. Say, I'm good. What do you like to eat for lunch? Pizza.
Pizza, very good. And how old are the children in your class?
Excuse me?
How old are the children in your class?
They are first graders, so they're 6 and 7.
Okay, so you both have are there 2 first grade classes in East Hampton?
Correct.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Can you tell the children that we loved everything they did and we're gonna wave back to them? I don't know
All
if
right.
they see.
Guys, wave goodbye. They're waving to you. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye, thank you.
You.
Okay, that's a hard act to follow, but James Williams, you're up next.
Good afternoon. My name is James Williams. I'm with the Republican Town Committee of West Haven, Connecticut. I'm here to show my support for Senate Bill 1216, Act concerning funding for student meals. My reason is as follows. Growing up in Connecticut and attending public schools throughout my life, we had to pay for school lunch. Yes, we do have a program which low-income people can qualify for reduced or free lunch. But I noticed the students who were not eligible for free lunch or reduced lunch would not eat. So I thought to myself, maybe their parents couldn't afford to pay for the lunch, school lunch, like the state thought, even at their income level. I also say to myself, public schools are funded by taxpayer dollars. That means from people who actually work, like my parents, who be required to pay twice for school lunch that are already funded through their tax dollars. To me, that's considered double dipping. Students in the public school sector between kindergarten and 12th grade, while obtaining their education to become a valuable part of society, should not have to worry about if they're going to be able to eat at lunchtime or not. My governor, Ned Lamont, was boasting during his campaign about a $6 billion surplus we have of taxpayer money. Please put that money to work for the people who you collected it from, which is the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut, and put it into the lunch program so every child, low and high income, can eat just like we do for inmates in jail.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for James? Seeing none. You're all set, sir. Thank you. Up next is a panel, Scott Cochran, Justin Carbonella, Erica Bromley, and Christina Baldwin. I think I got you all. Some of you online?
Senator Austin, I think we need to skip the panel for a little bit. And I'll let you know when they're ready.
Okay. Up next is Edwin Vargas. Is Edwin Vargas around? Edwin Vargas? No? Lucy Nolan, I know I saw you. I saw you, Lucy. You couldn't hide.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Lucy Nolan. I'm the Policy Director at End Hunger Connecticut, a statewide anti-hunger food security organization. I'm here today to speak on SB 1216, an act concerning funding for school meals. We are opposed to it as written. We don't feel that we need a study, but we do feel that we need to continue the funding for school meals in Connecticut. Two things. One, if you could look at the testimony from Mel Randall, who's the child nutrition director in Middletown, who was going to testify today, but he can't. But I think it's important. He is at a CEP school and talks about how CEP, the funding at he's in Middletown, they don't get the full amount, and finds that it really harms some Black and brown kids in that community because they're not getting the funding, the full funding. The other thing I wanted to say, I know you're looking for answers and I'll try to help you with something. The USDA, we talked about 40% CEP schools. The USDA is now planning regulations to change CEP to 25%. So that means that any school that is at 25% free and reduced price kids would ISP, which is, and won't go into the whole thing, but would be able to get meals for all the kids. That would bring down more federal funding, and we would then be able to pay for more of the kids to get the meals. So what we say, and it's in my testimony, there's really critical components to any bill that goes forward, that schools must provide both breakfast and lunch, and that in every public K through 12 district must participate in CEP, or must participate to bring down the maximum amount of federal funds that they can get. So that will alleviate some of the cost to the state. And that will cover the costs that is not being covered with the SMART funds for CEP districts. So we want to make sure that the CEP districts are made whole. And as we've talked about today, and we see from the Alice map, that those are off the districts that are in the most need. Even at 25%, that means that there's 1 in 4 families that are receiving SNAP, Medicaid, the kids are homeless or in foster and care. And we don't always know. I mean, the thing about making this through SNAP is that it's very different. We know there are a lot of people who are eligible for SNAP who are just not on the program. So this way, make sure that we really reach all the kids that we need to reach.
Thank you, Lucy. Are there any comments or questions for Lucy? Seeing none, you're all set.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Taida Infasong, number 28. I hope I didn't butcher your last name.
Okay. It's Tita.
You're-
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 1216, an act concerning funding for student meals. My name is Tita Infasang, and I'm the Policy Director at United Way of Western Connecticut. I'm here today to support no-cost school meals for all, which promotes the academic success of Connecticut students and provides tangible financial relief to Connecticut families. United Way of Western Connecticut represents a 15-town region, including Stamford, Northern Fairfield County, and Southern Litchfield County. We work to support hardworking households called Alice, who help ensure that they have every opportunity to succeed and thrive. Alice families make more than the federal poverty limit, but not enough to afford basic necessities like housing or food. Across Connecticut, nearly 40% of households live at or below the ALICE threshold, and ALICE is in every single town, every single house district, and every community. SB 1216 responds to the economic reality of Connecticut families. A family of 4 in Connecticut needs to earn over $110,000 to afford the basic cost of living, and school meals are a critical support for ALICE families. In the fall of 2021, 41% of Connecticut households with children experience food insecurity, and today more than 50% earn too much to qualify for food support, including SNAP and free and reduced price meals. This school year, when schools were no longer free for all students, meal counts dropped dramatically. Many students who were eligible for free or reduced price meals chose not to eat because they were afraid of being identified as food insecure. And without permanent funding in place, the impact on children and on schools will be devastating. As many of my colleagues have said, school meals should be a universal benefit like books or desks, not an afterthought. No school meals levels the playing field for students and promotes equity and inclusion. Households of color in Connecticut are disproportionately impacted by food insecurity, with more than half living below the ALICE threshold. And studies show a direct link between access to universal free meals and improved academic performance, attendance, and behavior. Kids feel safer in school when meals are universally available, and the risk of obesity is lower, especially amongst children living in poverty. For districts to benefit from this legislation, they must maximize federal cost sharing, like Lucy mentioned, and participate in the national school meal programs. So that means the wealthier towns in Connecticut will not benefit from this funding. Universal access to no-cost school meals is an essential ingredient both to education and to our economy. Every dollar that's invested in these meals leads to at least $2 in return. The failure to invest in no-cost school meals negates every single investment we make in education, because a child who is hungry can't learn. No school meals for all students shouldn't detract from educational investments. It doesn't have to be an either-or situation. And school meals are one of the best investments we can make in our communities and in the entire state. So I thank you for this opportunity and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? You're all set.
Thank you.
Thanks. Up next is Teresa Dotson. Is Teresa Dotson here? There you are. Floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Teresa Dotson, and I also submitted written testimony with some links to the studies so that you have that available to you as a resource as well. Although I'm here to oppose the bill as it's written, because of the fact that it is a study, as previous people have testified, and also the timing of it. I think delaying this till October puts people in a tricky situation because that's already the start of the school year. As a registered dietitian, I have been involved in Connecticut, and I refer to Connecticut as the land of haves and have-nots. Yes, we have several very wealthy towns, but we have several very poor towns. And unfortunately, the law of averages makes us look pretty good, but sometimes average is not the way to go. So if you look around you and look at the towns, I don't think that you can judge them whether or not it's based on income. And funding school meals is not just a financial issue. It's not just an issue for low income students. The name of my business is Nutrition Solutions for Life. And that is because as a registered dietitian, I feel we have to meet people where they are. So often people are stuck in not just struggling in terms of money, but what I call juggling in terms of time. And whether or not they can afford to pack a lunch for their child may not be the issue. It may be an issue of time. If you have two parents that both have to leave for work, they may or may not have the time to pack that lunch. So it's not just a matter of funding it so that the lower income people can afford it. As a registered dietitian, I see the long-term effect of bad choices over a lifetime. We think of of diseases like diabetes and heart disease and things as old people disease. But the bottom line is these are diseases that start in childhood. School lunch is not just a matter of feeding children. It's also a matter of educating them. If you know, this is the choose my plate model. This is what gets put on that child's tray every day by the wonderful people that we've heard testimony from, the school nutrition professionals, so that the kids not only are enjoying that food, but they're also learning what a healthy meal should look like. This is an investment in their future and in the health of everyone. When you talk about budget, and I know that you're very focused on budget, investing in prevention and investing in nutrition makes sense and it saves dollars. I think that means my time is up.
It does. When you're teaching people on time management for some of the other things you do, I'm sure you tell them to pack the school lunch the night before, because that's normally what, I mean, I'm a grandmother now, so I understand that people are busy. I've been a single mom for ever since I got out of the Army, so with a child, and I understand what you're saying, but I think the better argument is, I think your argument is just merely that people should have school lunch, not that they're busy, because busy parents have been busy parents since my parents were parents, and they always found a way to do all the things, school lunch and all of that. So I just want to point it out. And a lot of times back when I was a kid going to school, we didn't have hot lunch. We only had bagged lunch. So everybody had to bring their lunch from home. So they did it the night before. And I'm sure that that's what you're encouraging people to do.
I think that I'm just encouraging you to think of it as a bigger issue, that it's not whether or not people can afford school lunch is not, it's only part of the issue.
Right.
That time is also part of the issue, because the reality is in Connecticut, you know, it costs a lot, right? And if you have two parents working and there's no one at home, you know, and yeah, packing the lunch the night before might work for some people, but you may have people that work shift work. You may have someone that works at night and someone that works during the day. So that's not always it's just nice for parents to know that they can send their child to school and knowing that they will get a nutritious and delicious meal. And it's one less thing that they have to worry about.
Yeah. And secondly, I would, you know, someone that worked shift work all the time, 21 years, the whole time my daughter was growing up, I worked shift work. You know, I just think that, you know, that the reason why we're talking about the money is this is the Appropriations Committee. And that's really because we get policy all day long.
Right.
What we're required to do by statute is to look at the cost of something, not to delve into the different policies of things. So, and Representative Nuccio has a question.
No, not me, Madam Chair. Yeah, can I just answer, can I just respond to that about the cost? When you think, I would say, and this is why I say it makes sense and it saves dollars, because if you look at investing in children's nutrition and children's health compared to in 2021, the state spent $34 billion on healthcare and insurance, which was up 6%. So what I'm saying is if you invest in the health of our children and encourage good nutrition for our children, that's a cost savings in the long run for you, so that you're not paying on the other end.
Thank you. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. So just going through, could you, and I know this is somewhat related to cost because it will depend on costs in the schools, but if we had the free and reduced lunch going forward, we only have 20 minutes. The school children only eat within a 20-minute period. We've had legislation come forward to extend that time. Would offering free and reduced lunch to all of the students save in the time
to serving the children in your, I shouldn't say opinion, but do you have an answer? to that?
I'm not in the trenches as many of my colleagues are as far as being in the cafeteria and seeing that. But what I can say in terms of time and saving time, whenever you decrease administration, and make so that everyone is tallied or accounted for in the same way, theoretically, yes, you would save time.
If I may, so we're looking at CEP and how many students may currently, I know during COVID, we offered the free lunch, so it's hard to get the new data, but I'm looking back from a few years ago and it looked like perhaps about half of our student population was being served. So I'm just trying to figure out right now what gap we may still have, but we can continue to look at that. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Up next is Sana Shah. Sana Shah, are you here?
Here, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Hartley, Representative Exum, Representative Harris, Senator Berthel, Representative Nucio, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sana Shah, and I'm testifying on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children. For the purpose of time, I will focus on our support for HB 6901, an act concerning a student loan reimbursement program for certain professionals. However, our submitted testimony also includes support for HB 6902, an act concerning youth service bureaus and the establishment of a juvenile diversionary program, and SB 1219, an act concerning fully funding excess cost grants for special education. HB 6901 may help increase Connecticut's taxpayer base and therefore increase the revenue available to make sustained critical investments in programs that support Connecticut's children, families, and future. This bill will also incentivize students to enter fields currently facing massive workforce shortages and encourage them to remain in Connecticut after graduation. Many individuals want to enter these qualifying fields because they are passionate and feel calling to do this work of serving others. However, the pay is low and educational requirements are high, making these career paths impractical at best and impossible at worst. By eliminating the high educational costs, this program could help remove some barriers for people who feel called to do the work, but are currently unable to do it for practical reasons, such as concerns about the long-term negative impacts of taking out school loans. HB 6901 may recapture some people who left Connecticut's workforce during the pandemic, especially young and middle-aged women who overwhelmingly left due to childcare and caretaking responsibilities. Particularly, providing loan reimbursement for childcare workers will help address our state's decreasing childcare workforce. Connecticut's early care and education workforce was 22% smaller in 2021 than in 2019. Moreover, Connecticut's number of childcare workers typically working in center-based and home-based care settings has been cut in half between 2018 and 2022. Another driver of Connecticut's childcare worker shortage is that our state's wages for workers in the early care and education field are untenably low. According to the Connecticut Department of Labor, Occupation, and Wage Statistic Database, the median salary for a preschool teacher in Connecticut in Q1 of 2020 was $31,567. This disparity is even more significant for early care and education workers in home-based settings, many of whom earn far less than minimum wage once the totality of their hours and expenses are considered. Connecticut must substantially raise wages and benefits for the childcare workforce, and HB 6901 is an important step toward providing additional benefits for our state's childcare workers. We urge the committee to pass HB 6901, an act concerning a student loan reimbursement program for certain professionals, which will increase Connecticut's taxpayer base, help fill workforce shortages in critical fields, and provide relief from education costs, increase revenue, and strengthen our state's economy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Paris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Shaw, thank you for your testimony. We certainly appreciate the perspective in which your organization is providing on this important topic and critical need to fill not only the worker shortage that we face in our state in education, nursing, mental health, social services, including social work, and also childcare. Excuse me, I forgot one there for a second. Clearly, I think due to your testimony and what others have said, I think that this is an important bill because not only does it include and create more opportunities for those to be more active participants in the economic structure of our state, but it also retains and attracts families, young people, and builds a stronger workforce outside of these few sectors. So thank you for your testimony, and I hope to see the passage of this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Up next is William Myers. William Meyer. Mr. Myers, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nuccio, Representative Delnicki, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Bill Myers. I live in South Windsor, Connecticut. I taught for 35 years, and I am now a retired teacher. I testify today in opposition to House Bill 6489, an act concerning retiree members of the Retirement Board. I was an active teacher on the TRB. I was elected to that when I was teaching, and I've recently been elected to the TRB again as a retired teacher. Both times, active and retired teachers voted for me, and no one ever asked me what insurance plan I was on. I am supportive of adding another retired teacher to the TRB. However, I have serious concerns with this bill as it is written. As written, HB 6489 would only allow retirees who are on one of the TRB health plans to run for the seat. As a result of the proposed restriction to only allow retirees who are on one of the TRB health plans to run, retirees who are under age 65 and thus not qualify for Medicare, as well as retirees who are covered by a spouse's insurance plan, they would all be excluded. Whether or not someone is receiving medical benefits is protected health information. The TRB cannot confirm or deny a teacher's participation in a health plan. An individual can't be required to disclose that, and they shouldn't be asked to. Additionally, HB 6489 would change who elects retired teachers to the TRB by no longer allowing active teachers to vote in a retired election. Active teachers contribute 8.25% of their salary into the pension and health insurance plans. Active teachers comprise well over 60% of the entire membership. They have just as much vested interest in the TRB as retired teachers have. I believe that the TRB should and does represent all teachers, both active and retired. Our current voting process invites teachers, whether they are active or retired, to participate in the election of all candidates. Section 10-183L of our general statutes states that active and retired teachers running for a seat on the board are, and I quote, elected by all members of the system, unquote. What we have is a fair and reasonable system and does not need to change. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Yep, Mr. Delnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Myers, Bill.
Thank you
for coming here today and for your 35 years of service to the children of the town of South Windsor. Did I get that right?
25 were to South
25.
Windsor.
Okay.
You didn't have me the whole time.
Appreciate your comments, and I want to thank you for coming here today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Up next is Sandra Bove. Sandra Bove, are you here? Sandra Bove?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak remotely in favor of HB 6489, an act concerning retiree members of the Teachers Retirement Board. I'm Sandra Bove, and I'm the legislative co-chair for the Association of Retired Teachers of Connecticut, an organization that solely represents retired teachers. On behalf of our members, I'll be speaking on how and why retired teachers should be fairly represented on the Teachers Retirement Board. We're asking for an increase in the number of retired teachers on the board from the present 2 to 4. Since last mandated in 1991, the number of retired teachers has more than doubled, but the number of representatives has stayed the same. Retired teachers have been members of the Teachers Retirement System and paid into their health and pension funds for many years. They should have the same number of representatives as active teachers do in order to provide equal input into board policies that will support and benefit both retirees and future retirees. Secondly, we feel strongly that the elected representatives on the board should be elected by the constituents they represent, just as you are elected by the citizens you represent. Retirees experience, live, and understand firsthand the financial and health issues brought on by advancing years. Therefore, only retired teachers should vote for TRB retired teacher candidates. Likewise, active teachers should nominate and elect active teacher representatives because they best understand today's ever-changing, challenging education issues. The recent TRB election process and results demonstrated that many active teachers have different priorities when considering a candidate's resume. For example, active teachers have not experienced dealing with the TRB Medicare-based health plans. Thus, it was not a high priority, whereas retired teachers expressed this as a very important experience for a candidate to have. Without a change in the TRB election process, active teachers will continue to have a greater influence over retiree health insurance and concerns because they have more representation by their numbers on the board and more voting members in the election process. Representing the members of the Association of Retired Teachers of Connecticut, I'm asking for your support of HB 6489. It is not a budgetary issue. It addresses fair and equal representation of retired teachers on the TRB. Thank you for your time, and thank you in advance for your support and consideration of our concerns.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set, ma'am. Next is
Thank you.
Monty Dew. The floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin and Representative Walker and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Monty Dew, representing the American Council of Engineering Companies of Connecticut. I am here today to speak in support of the HB 6901 concerning the student loan reimbursement program. While we support this bill, we respectfully ask the committee to consider extending this benefit to civil engineers who are in severe shortage. Our organization, ACECCT, is the leading organization supporting the business and professional interests of over 70 consulting engineering firms in Connecticut. Our focus is on infrastructure. Infrastructure includes transportation networks such as bridges, roadways, railroads, airports, and seaports. It also includes water and environmental systems such as dams, water mains, flood walls, wastewater treatment facilities, etc. Infrastructure is the backbone of our community. Civil engineers play a central role in designing, constructing, and maintaining infrastructure. Civil engineers were also classified as essential workers during the pandemic. Without an adequate workforce of civil engineers, Connecticut will suffer in public safety, economic growth, and quality of life. Connecticut is facing the challenge of reconstructing an aging infrastructure. According to a recent American Society of Civil Engineers report card, Connecticut's 5,000 plus bridges receive a C grade. So did our drinking water system. Our 21,000 plus land miles of roadways received a D plus. I-95 is a parking lot, and the stretch between Westport and Greenwich just made it to #1 most congested corridor in the US. So currently, a severe shortage of qualified civil engineers is eroding our effort of rebuilding and maintaining Connecticut's infrastructure. Every engineering firm experiencing great difficulties in recruiting engineers. Many of our job postings receive few or no response. We understand also that the Connecticut state agencies, CONDOT and DEEP, are also aggressively recruiting to fill hundreds of openings for engineers. Capital funding is available for many of the infrastructure projects thanks to recent federal and state investments. However, without adequate staff resources, neither the state nor private sectors would be able to procure, design, or construct these much needed projects on time. This would hurt our economy, public safety, and quality of life. It is no easy task for anyone to obtain a four-year degree in civil engineering. Students are attracted to many other fields that might offer better pays, even including other fields of engineering. So we need your help to attract young people to civil engineering at the college and civil and high school levels, and keep them working and living in Connecticut. Extending the student loan reimbursement benefit to civil engineers would help the state and its residents. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Perfect timing.
Thanks.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none. You're all set, sir. We're going to go backwards now. We're going to go back to the panel. And on one of our two panels today, we have Scott Cochran, Justin Carbonella. I think, Justin, you're online. And Erica Bromley and Christina Baldwin. Justin? There you go. Thank you. I just want to make sure you're on also. Okay, the floor is yours, panel one.
Thank you very much. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, and Representative Nuccio, and the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Scott Cochran, and I'm the Director of Madison Youth and Family Services and the President of the Connecticut Youth Services Association, CYSA. It is on behalf of CYSA that I'm here with my CYSA colleagues to express our overall concerns regarding HB 6902, an act concerning youth service bureaus and the establishment of a juvenile diversionary program. As I think most of you know, CYSA is a nonprofit association that leads, strengthens, and supports a unified network of 103 youth service bureaus, all dedicated to promoting the well-being of Connecticut's children, youth, and families. On behalf of CYSA, we do feel compelled to oppose the portions of this bill, and we do submit written and this verbal testimony with a sincere hope to work with legislators on the language in certain areas. We support the overall intent of this bill to further the development of a comprehensive and responsive diversion programming across the state and to build accountability standards for YSBs. What may not be apparent to lawmakers is that some of the language within this bill would alter YSBs to function primarily as a means of diversion, and in doing so could undercut how YSBs conform to the needs of their communities and could actually serve to undermine many of the programs and services that are in fact critical to diversion. There's language in this bill that would require YSBs to determine viability of services within 15 days and consult with a provider to whom it referred. And if unsuccessful, to refer that youth back to the juvenile justice system and the court system. Youth being referred for specific mental health services or prevention services cannot be managed in that way. Further, the proposed changes in the statute may serve to stress and fracture the very system that portends to value portends to value and likely is going to rely upon. Without defining diversion as a function of a YSB, there's likely to be more difficulty in tracking and managing those cases. We believe if provided the opportunity to work with lawmakers that this bill can be crafted to achieve its primary aims without risking any undue harm. We ask lawmakers for partnership and to consider that YSB should play a major role in any changes to the very statute that defines them. The statute itself states that YSBs are multi-purpose and responsible for a number of things, including evaluation and planning, coordination, and implementation of services. In that way, YSBs are a primary community hub, and our charge is a part to provide a comprehensive delivery of prevention, intervention, treatment, follow-up services. And this is the bedrock of YSBs, and specifically why so many towns have chosen to establish and financially support YSBs to serve their youth and families. Through this, YSBs have evolved with variations in size and programming, and by design, must reflect the needs and youth of families within that town or region. These variations can make it challenging to comprehend the work of YSBs across the state. But since our shift in administrative oversight from SDE to DCF, CYSA has been working diligently with DCF to improve and modernize data gathering while carving out a path forward to best determine appropriate standards and a means to quantify outcomes. CYSA supports language to identify and update performance and accountability standards and merely requests that CYSA have an involvement in that process to determine what they are and how they'll be measured. And I'll turn it over to Erica Bromley for her portion.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Bromley, and I'm the Youth Justice Consultant for CYSA. We would like to share a few concerns specifically pertaining to Section 2. The language substituted may have some unintended consequences for our youth and their families. While we agree that diversion is important, we cannot ignore the critical services that YSB provide outside of diversion, such as mental health, prevention, youth development, employment training, and more. We are concerned changes to the language could diminish the importance of those who are in need of services outside of delinquency matters. Language in this section should be clarified and in some cases omitted to ensure it is in the best interest of all youth served, not just those in need of diversion. We have provided comments directly on the language in our submitted testimony, but I would like to address a couple of things. In Section 2, subsection B, there are services that have been added to the YSB statute. We understand and agree with the need for screening and would recommend, if a needs and risk assessment is suggested, that it be coordinated with diversion efforts currently in place at the judicial branch and that it be specified for use with diversion youth only. In addition, many of the added services are services that may also be lacking in the community and would require specialized and trained staff to provide those services. Of major concern also is the language at the end of subsection B stating a 15-day period for which a youth must be successful in services referred out or consequently face a referral to court. We request them removed for several reasons. First, the language refers to sending youth to court who were unsuccessful with the program they were referred to, but does not take into account other potential barriers such as wait lists, transportation, scheduling, cost, poor fit with provider, and more. In addition, as written, the language seeks to send all youth receiving referred services from a YSB who are unsuccessful to court. Not all youth who are provided these service referrals are being diverted from court or have engaged in delinquent behavior. Based on what we know about the current system, we do believe it can be improved without criminalizing non-delinquent behavior or unnecessarily involving young people in the justice system. The language defining the word divert also comes with some confusion. The current diversion system and the judicial system are both making efforts to not only divert as many youth as possible, but to limit engagement in the system whenever possible, including limiting arrests. The language as written states that to divert means to provide an alternative to a court referral for a juvenile arrest. This does not allow youth to be diverted pre-arrest, which is the focus of much of the JJPOC work and current practice in many diversion programs. The list of behaviors that can be diverted in the bill is also very narrow and contradicts the current JJPOC language, which specifies that these charges should be pre-arrest diversion. For additional recommendations, we ask that you please see the submitted testimony, and now I'm going to turn it over to Christina.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. My name is Christina Baldwin. I am the Director of the City of Hartford, Department of Families, Children, Youth, and Recreation, which is Hartford's Youth Service Bureau. I also serve in the capacity of the current treasurer of CYSA, and it is within that capacity that I am here to testify today. I'm specifically speaking to Section 1 of the proposed bill. So regarding Section 1, we agree and understand that a restructuring of the system is necessary to create more accountability and wholeheartedly support the bill's proposal to do so. However, we would like to highlight to the committee that there is currently a process underway to reevaluate and standardize the Juvenile Review Board processes and procedures. The JRB pilot was a direct recommendation of the Council of State Governments, and the effort has already received $138,000 in state designated ARPA funding to support its work. As it is the recommendation that any proposed changes to the YSB JRB system should be determined after the conclusion of the pilot, we would respectfully suggest that the input of the professionals, experts, and most importantly, the families that have been working diligently on this project should be fully compiled before significant changes to the system are finalized. We also agree that standardizing decision-making processes, eligibility, and service coordination is key in reforming the current system. However, we wonder if centralizing these processes might have the unintended effect of disrupting the accessible, less intimidating, and holistic nature of a community-based YSB and JRB. It is critically important that youth and families, as well as those victimized by their actions, have a voice and a say in any policy changes that will directly affect them. It is also important that those who have dedicated their professional careers to doing this work are involved in discussions of reform to ensure clarity, continuity, and consistency in the state, in our communities, and most importantly, for our young people and their families. Thank you. So now you will hear from Justin Carbonella, who is joining us virtually.
Hello and good afternoon. I am Justin Carbonella, Youth Services Director for the City of Middletown, and I'm here as the immediate past president of CYSA. We wanted to round out our time here by reading into the record part of the testimony from Zachary Delgazo, a product of YSB Services and Supports and a current intern at Manchester Youth Services. Given the time, I may just summarize his testimony. But he does speak about entering the Manchester community as a third grader and immediately had severe challenges at school, recognizes that he was bullied, locked in closets, beaten with sticks, dragged along pavement, and subjected to a verbal barrage and insults. He felt like those tasked to protect him had failed him. And he was isolated from his school and his community. He also wants to recognize that it wasn't schools or the police or DCF that reached out to his family, but it was rather his local YSB. His brother had attended a few events and hearing of the plight reached out to his family. They took him in as if he was family. And within the YSB structure found acceptance and healing and purpose because of the YSB staff. And today he is supporting young people in his community in the same very little brick building that he received services as a child. And so this is the work we do, both formally and informally. We agree in bolstering diversion and want to share the responsibility with the state while also ensuring we can continue to create lots of other touch points for youth, both before and after moments of crisis and concern. And as such, we respectfully request that CYSA have a seat at the table as the dialogue continues to further refine this bill through a collaborative effort to provide the best services for our youth. We thank you for your time and consideration and look forward to working with you on this critical legislation affecting the youth of the state of Connecticut.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just have a few comments if I may. Thank you for your.
Keep them down to 2, Bobby. We're trying to do the 2 thing.
I'm gonna give you 20 seconds. I just thank you for your testimony. It was great. I'm a big supporter of youth service bureaus and especially my Bloomfield JRB. They do a lot of great work for the youth in our community. And so thank you for coming on today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any other comments or questions? Representative Walker, followed by Representative Porter.
First of all, thank you. Thank you guys for your testimony. Thank you for your input on the bill. I think that there's a real fear in change. I think change is something that people want to shy away from because of the fact that they don't understand the directions. But in this circumstance, we've been working with changing our juvenile justice system since 2007. And we've been doing things that at each turn, people said this is going to create total havoc and chaos. I remember when we first talked about raising the age, many people said that we were going to be putting kids out and mayhem would happen after that. What it did do was we reduced the number of kids who were in containment from 400 down to 60. We got rid of a facility that was costing us over $200 million in services and programming. We broke it down to smaller and contained facilities. We changed the way the courts address the juveniles. What we didn't do was really define the system outside of the courts. And that's where YSBs and JRBs became part of the conversation. Because understanding what YSBs and JRBs are all about, it is a diversion system. I know that's not exactly what you guys sometimes say, but diversion means you're getting a child or you're diverting from something and going to something else. And in this case, we are keeping kids out of the judicial system. We all read the studies. The studies all say that once a child touches that system, it is very hard to get them back. You all have done it in many ways, in different methods. I remember when I met with you the last time, you talked about the resume writing and the counseling and the after-school programming and the basketball and the sports and all. Those are diversions. Those are diversions because what you're doing is you're working with our children and you're giving them an alternative. And when they stop and touch that stove, you're there to say, don't do that again. We're not trying to eliminate your services. We're not trying to stop your services. We're not trying to say they didn't work. But what we have to do is we have to incorporate it in a way that can be evaluated, because we've done everything in this process of raising the age of adult jurisdiction with data. Every step of the way, to the point where people ad nauseum felt data was ridiculous, but it's not. So now we need to do that. We need to quantify what you've been doing and establish it at a pattern and define it so that we can utilize it in more cities than just the ones that you touch, which is probably almost every one, but that's okay. That's fine. That's good. That gives us an immediate telephone to those communities. It's not to destroy. It's not to eliminate. It's not to stop. It's to grow and meet the challenges of children in 2023 that we know are having problems. COVID has redefined our children, and now we have to work together to redefine. So I thank you for your input, and I thank you for your comments. And I thank my co-chair for not punching me for not sticking to the budget. But I think it's really worthwhile.
I wouldn't punch her. I might
She
require
would.
her to be quiet. I would not punch her.
We'd be happy to divert you from court if that happened.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Would
I
I be able
appreciate that.
to,
I think I'm too old to be diverted though.
would I be able to respond just really briefly
Yep.
to that? So Madam Chair, thank you. And I've really just appreciated all the time that we've had in meetings. We don't disagree with you at all. And I think for us, we absolutely know the challenges. We live them every day. What we're asking for is an opportunity to speak with you around what we really do believe are very unintended pieces of language within the bill that you're proposing. And it's critical that you hear us, because I don't think it's your intention to create more questions or any confusion in the process. I also think you want to be able to honor the towns with this, and towns that primarily financially support the vast majority of the work that YSBs do should have a voice in how they're used. And really that's what we're representing. So no issue with almost anything that you said. We just want to be able to craft the language so we don't do anything to the system that we don't intend.
Scott, that's what I want to do,
Awesome.
and we will, but remember, it's a compromise. And
Oh,
I have
yeah.
to say, I have to say, Representative Porter, we got to go.
Thank you.
Representative Porter, we got to go. Vote.
Got to vote. That's
Well,
what
I'm
she's
running the
saying.
vote. You can answer this on I'll check the record, but I just want you to give me an example of how the language would be problematic to the system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go vote.
So
So
it
you want
really-
to add that to the record, and then it'll be Representative McCarthy. Go ahead.
So just in brief, if someone within a community reaches out for a specific program, say for like mental health, the referral would come in that way. The issue with it becoming more of a diversion first system is that then you are taking in referrals and with the idea that everything is diverted in some way. For many YSBs, we run mental health programs so that the need comes in that way. We're addressing the mental health needs of that person or that referral. And if you can imagine, mental health needs could be, something that where a young person may be acting out or struggling in some ways. If we're our charge and our responsibility, and one that we take very seriously, is to meet the needs of that person. And in doing so, you are in fact keeping somebody at home and safe and less at risk for getting in trouble or acting out or winding up in a hospital.
Thank you. Representative McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I am a strong advocate of the youth service bureaus and all of the great work that goes on. Earlier, we heard that there was a pilot in process of JRB, and I did not hear the date. You had suggested that we get the results from that pilot program. Do you know when those results would be, number one, available? Do we have a time frame?
Yeah, I can't give you an exact date at this point in time, but we are at the process where we are finalizing the protocols and procedures, which are all evidence-based around Restorative, the Restorative Foundation. And we will begin piloting those. So it will probably be, let's see what month we're in. We'll need to do that for 6 months. So it will be post 6 months from now.
Thank you for that. And I was pleased to hear Representative Walker and the Youth Service Bureau saying that this is a dialogue that needs to continue and that I'm there also to support. I know the tremendous work that goes on. I still don't quite understand what the language would be in a change of statute, so I will be trying to look at that. But I do feel that what we heard today, that we need to all communicate and find what's best for our youth. And I'm looking forward to that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Representative Nolan, and I remind everybody, we have 77 people to testify, and we are way far behind. Go ahead, sir. Tread where you will, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to understand, you talked about the diversionary aspect versus helping with things that might not really connect with diversion. Could you just elaborate on that? Because I'm not understanding what the difference would be. I mean, you still have to make the decision to which way that assistance would go. So I'm just trying to understand how it makes it more difficult.
So and thank you, Representative Nolan. When something comes into a YSB, it comes in with a specific purpose. So if it's a family seeking counseling, then they're calling for that purpose. If they're concerned, if it's a referral into like a juvenile review board, that's coming from a different source. So when we really do believe that this is unintended, changing the statute, or at least in the draft, it would almost make it universal that referrals are handled in a way as if they were coming in as diversion. So if somebody called for counseling, we would deal with that referral. We wouldn't respond within 15 days or refer the person back to a system or to a parent. And that's the problem in the wording. It would just classify almost all the work that we're doing around what you would do in a case that was specific to diversion.
Can I also add to that, just to clarify? I think some of the potential language obviously has a focus, a hyper focus on diversion, which we also obviously believe is important, but it seems to put that above all of the other services that we also think are critical for youth. It could be early childhood programming. If we had a kid who came in for employability skills because they wanted, a job, or for a leadership program because they wanted it for their college resume, those are all very separate and important services, but separate from what we do with diversion.
the way the language was written, everything filters into sort of the diversion lens where if kids are unsuccessful with a referred out service, that they get referred to court. You know, if in Scott's example, if a family came in and said, we need counseling, and they got referred out, as the language stands, if they were not successful, then the language says they should be sent to court, but they never participated in any kind of delinquency matter. So we want to make sure that we're not losing the things outside of the delinquency pieces. And I understand the concept of, you know, everything being diversion, all kids are at risk. We believe that same thing, but it's just the sort of the way in which the language was written is that everything is sort of steered in that direction. And there's also language in here about post-arrest, you know, diversion. So again, it's very specific to arrest. Divert, the definition of divert then ties into being arrested. So what we're just trying to make sure is that we can lift up the other services that we have in a youth service bureau to be along the same track as, yes, diversion is extremely important. If we want that to be standardized, we are 100% in favor of that and would like to have, that's why we're trying to do the pilot and moving forward with that. But we want to make sure that at the same time that other programs and services are not sort of being left by the wayside because they can't provide that because they have to focus only on diversion or because they feel like everything is, you know, about diversion. So I think that's just sort of the differences in how we're reading it, whether it's intended or not. We understand that's not the intention, but that's why we had suggested and made some notes with our testimony in the bill that had some of the concerns and some of the potential language changes that could happen.
Okay, I'm going to most likely talk to you after
Yep,
because
that's
this
totally
will
fine. Thank you.
go beyond the hatchet.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I know
But thank you. I appreciate it.
Representative Nuccio is now asking a question because of Representative Nolan's question. Representative Nuccio.
Solidarity up here. I really like the senator. She's fine. My question is kind of in relation to that, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding it right because I think you guys do good work, but I think I've had people in my areas talk very specifically about the frustrations of when you have a program and the families are not complying, right? Or the kids are not complying and there is no recourse. I think that might be part of what we're trying to get at here too, is if you have a child who you keep coming into the system and you're not getting the family to comply, you're not getting this kid to comply, at some point they're going to do something that's 10 times worse and you're not going to be able to divert anymore, right? So writing resumes and doing all these things and all that is great for the kids that are going to be engaging you guys, but I think we're really trying to get at how do we get the ones who absolutely refuse to comply because there's no teeth. They can't go back to the judicial system. The judicial system just kicks them back to you guys. And then you guys, you're not getting them to, it's not that you're not getting them to engage, but they're not engaging. So there's a strong number of this that's happening throughout the state. And I think we need to get at that. We need to find a way to get at that. And I think that might be part of this. So I'm very interested in the conversations that you guys want to have. I'm very interested in trying to figure out how we make this a better system because diversion is the best way to go. But we need to go the next step, right? From what you guys had before, we need to go to the next step on how we now take this system, refine it, mold it, make it better, and go forward. So I hope that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And I do think that's part of what, we are trying to attempt with the pilot in terms of utilizing restorative based practices because they are evidence-based. They hold kids accountable in a way that does not happen currently in any part of our system, whether that be in the judicial system or, in diversion. And we know that it works. And I think the key, not only in engaging them, is that it's a much different process. It's not a scary process. It's an engaging process that includes them as part of that process, which is really important in order to make sure that they are buying into what we're asking them to do. I think we're also trying to stay aligned with what's happening at court because we do know that those kids would likely come back to the community. So we don't want them to unnecessarily have to go there first only to get sent back. So that's, that piece. But I think more globally, and I've said this in other hearings, is that we need to get to these kids and families earlier. And that's sort of falls right where we were talking about before with some of the other services that are provided, if we can identify kids earlier, if we can identify them, before they've missed 50 days of school or before they've committed a delinquent act or whatever it is, by addressing those earlier, then, that's the global widespread hope. But I think we are trying to sort of stay aligned with what's happening in the system and using those best practices to try and make sure that we're holding kids accountable and getting them engaged. And I do know that that's an issue and I agree, but I think standardizing the process is going to help a tremendous amount with that.
Any other questions or comments? Representative Porter for the second time, because you really didn't have a first time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it sounds like you might have answered a question that I had earlier around diversion and what a good program would look like. I heard you mention a pilot, so I wanted to ask you, is that a YSB or a JRB pilot that you're referencing?
That is a JRB pilot. So it's strictly for diversion with 7 communities, including the 4 big cities, as we mentioned before, out of a Council of State Governments recommendation.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ask a question. Where is the pilot?
Where,
Yeah,
like
just
what community?
Where is it? Yeah, no, where is it? Where is it funded? How is it funded? What is doing it?
Yes. You want to, I'll let you do it. Okay.
That's okay. So it came out of the recommendations from the Council of State Governments. The current funding, is at $138,550.
Is that federal dollars?
It is state designated ARPA dollars. So
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Are you done? Oh, my goodness.
When, thank you, Madam Chair. When did we start that pilot?
I believe it was October 2022, excuse me, October 2022.
October 20. Do we have any data from the pilot that you guys have done on that?
Not yet, because we're about to start the actual physical implementation phase. So we have to do all of the, we have to come to the place where we know what it is that we're piloting and then redo the protocols and procedures and then have the JRBs then pilot those. So it's an actual process that was supposed to last originally when we way back with the Council of State Governments was supposed to be an 18-month plus process, but we had to condense that because of the time frame. So it'll be more along the lines of 12-ish months
Okay.
total.
So this is 6 months in and there's not a design
be-
file.
Yeah, we're looking, in the next 6 to 8 months to be completed.
I think that's too long. I think we're overstudying something and over designing things. It should be a 6-month build out of all, but we should have some ideas on data. And we should have some ideas on what are the things that we're planning. So I think the most important thing that I get out of this really is we used to do a thing called results-based accountability. And we didn't always put it on every activity, but we did in the very beginning when we started JJ reform. I think we need to go back to that because we've got to provide services and design faster than 18 months. And I know that we stopped that about 3 years ago. We're using the RBA, maybe 4, but that was because I know the time flies. But I think we really need to do that. We need to apply that now. And we need to move a little faster because they're kids that are really having some problems. We know that.
I agree. And just so you know, we were actually one of the early implementers of RBA through the State Department of Education and have continued in that path. So we do have, participation surveys that are geared towards results-based accountability, and we do collect those. And, so we are still mildly on that path. And we do have our new protocols and procedures just about ready to go. So we do have a very good idea of what we want to do. And we know that that works because it's based on evidence-based practices. So
Are those surveys self-report?
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's, I'm gonna say, okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation. Talk to you soon. Up next is Ally Gorsey, or I may not be saying that last name right.
That's okay. Hello, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ali Giorgi. I'm a resident of Greenwich and founder of the Foodshed Network and Greenwich Food Alliance. Today, I am speaking to ask for your support for no-cost school meals for all, and not the study called for in SB 1216, an act concerning funding for student meals. Although Greenwich is predominantly a wealthy community, 22% of our residents fall into the ALICE category, and 20.5% of GPS students are eligible for free and reduced lunch. Providing free school meals to all students is a pathway towards food equity. No child should go through their day hungry. No child should feel ashamed because their family struggles to afford food. Locally produced, fresh, and nutritious food should be accessible to everyone, especially children. There is encouraging data indicating the positive aspects of no-cost school meals. Children are better learners, and there is less absenteeism. There is no embarrassment due to not being able to afford paying for lunch. Kids are healthier and ready to learn. What strikes me most is there is less bullying. The space where children gather to eat, such as the school cafeteria, should in no way be a place where children feel fear. No-cost school meals help foster an environment where children learn to share and enjoy a meal with each other. The local school food element to the bill builds Connecticut's local food economy, benefiting our farmers and producing jobs. The integration of local food into menus and curriculum teaches children about their regional landscape. It imprints a sense of belonging and connection that they will carry through life. Funding school meals for all is an opportunity to help build a foundation of health and well-being for every child. Please support no-cost school meals for all, and thank you very much for your time and service.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Representative McCarty.
Just very quickly, I just wanted to thank you for making the comment that all of our school children having meals also impacts the school climate. That's a perspective that we had not heard, but I appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ally, thank you so much for your testimony. And I just wanted to quickly say hello to you. It's been a very long time, and I appreciate all the work you're doing with the Food Sharing Network. It's really wonderful. So thank you very much. Great to see you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, and have a good day. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Next, Mary Ann Legacy.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Distinguished members of committee, my name is Mary Ann Legacy, and I'm the Executive Director of the University of Connecticut Child Development Laboratories. I live in Storrs, Mansfield. I want to thank you for recognizing the need for loan forgiveness for workers in certain professions. I'm here to support 6901, an act concerning student loan reimbursement for certain professions. As the director of a child care center that trains future early childhood educators, I engage with current college students on a regular basis. Most are excited about their work with young children in our lab school classrooms. They are enthusiastically taking bachelor's level classes and training in classrooms under the guidance of professional lab school teachers preparing for a career in early childhood education. Students who graduate from this program are highly trained and ready to work in early childhood classrooms. They are shocked and disappointed by the low pay offered to them in the fields. Many are forced to work multiple jobs or change their career paths in order to pay for the student loans and cover the costs of living. College students report to me that they would like to go into early childhood education and that they see value of the work done in high quality child care center classrooms with young children and giving them a social and emotional base for future educational environments. These same college students share that their families counsel them out of their decision to work in early childhood education because of the low wages. Some are forbidden from majoring in the field for fear of losing financial support of their families during their college years. If loan forgiveness were an option for these students, the field would benefit from a much needed, highly educated and trained workforce. What is missing from this bill is reimbursement for those over 40 years old. Many in the profession of early childhood education have made a career out of teaching and providing care in classrooms and early childhood programs. They continue to pay monthly bills for student loans and carry a large amount of debt. They work for low pay and many struggle to make ends meet, relying on government resources for food and fuel assistance. Including these folks in the Student Loan Forgiveness Act is crucial. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments? No. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carol Noble. Carol.
Recording in progress. I have no picture. Am I being seen? I hope.
No, we don't see you, Carol.
I don't understand why not. I'm here.
Huh. You want to step out, come out and try coming back again?
Mean by on the Zoom?
When you come back in, if you come in with your picture, just raise your hand and then I can call on you, okay? I got you. You're there.
No, that's not me.
Oh, okay.
That's someone else. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's
I
okay.
have no,
So try
I have no,
backing out and I'll go to the next person and then see if your picture comes in, okay?
I can ask why I'm not getting my picture.
Okay, thank you. Let me move on to the next person.
Please do that.
Okay, thanks. Kathy Hennessy, that's you.
Goodness.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathy Hennessy, and I retired from teaching in 2009 after close to 40 years as a teacher. I'm speaking today in support of HB 6489, an act concerning retiree members of the Teachers Retirement Board. My story for why I am speaking today is this. In 2018, I experienced a wake-up call regarding my hard-earned medical insurance benefits. Connecticut retirees were abruptly being dropped from a quality self-insured medical insurance plan and encouraged to enroll in one of the two plans now being offered by a for-profit insurance company. I knew from my personal readings that I did not trust the cheaper Advantage plan, problematic with prior authorizations and denials, so I enrolled in the more costly supplemental plan to go with my original Medicare. I kept asking myself, why had this happened? How was this decision made? I started attending monthly TRB meetings since the TRB chooses our plans. Fast forward to 2023, and with the increase in the number of retirees, the TRB needs to make changes to promote such needed fairness, which is so lacking in the representation of retired teachers. HB 6489 promotes fairness with the following three changes. First, adding 2 retired teachers to the TRB, which reflects the growing number of retirees. In the recent TRB election, 32% of all retirees cast their ballots, one of the highest rates of participation by retirees ever recorded in an election. This shows that retirees are very interested and concerned. Secondly, allowing only retired teachers to nominate and elect retired representatives for the TRB. Active teachers have no idea of the financial and medical challenges that retirees experience. And lastly, requiring the retired teacher representatives to be on one of the TRB health insurance plans. This gives a voice for retired teachers who are struggling with the complexities of the for-profit insurance plans now offered. I am one of those teachers who has made use of the ARTC resources to solve an insurance problem. Finally, retired teachers are busy and involved in many areas of life that they may not have been able to engage in while teaching. Their benefits, as set by the TRB, are vital to their well-being in their daily experiences of retired life. Please vote yes for HB 6489 in its entirety. Pass the bill out of committee and onto the floors of the House and Senate for votes. Please do this. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today and for the dedication and hard work you do for the people of Connecticut.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. And I want to say that I think we all are hearing you very loud and clear. We have all sort of nodded our heads very, very nicely because You guys came out in full force, so I thank you for that. Have a good.
Thank you.
Okay, Carol Noble, I'm going to let you testify. Just go ahead and testify. I think you didn't accept the invitation to join, but go ahead and do your testimony, Carol, so that you can be heard. Go right ahead. Carol?
She's on, she's just.
Here we go. I am unmuted. I'm there.
Oh, I
You-
saw you.
You got me now?
Well, yep, now we got, yep, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Carol Noble, and I want to thank Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee to listen to my testimony on the Bill HB 6489. I've been retired for 31 years, and I taught in the elementary school, the junior high school, and the senior high school for 37 years. I worked in New Haven, Hartford, and Hamden, and upon retirement, I ran for office and became a representative on the Legislative Council in Hamden. I know how hard you guys work. I also hold office, by the way, I held that office for 24 years. And during that time, I became a member of the Association of Retired Teachers of Connecticut and have actively participated in any legislative committee work for 31 of those years. Presently, I'm 88 years old, and I think I've added another year in this process that I'm going through. I presently hold the position of president of ARTC. I represent 13 affiliates, and these affiliates support the passage of HB 6489, the act concerning retiree members on the Teachers Retirement Board. Now, the ARTC was established in 1950, and since that time, the ARTC has worked tirelessly to help protect the teacher pension fund and the healthcare plan provided by the TRB. Our association represents the 13 affiliates who are members of a board of directors. And in recent months, we have been experiencing the election of board members to the TRB. And this election had not occurred in 24 years. Now, previously, members received a newsletter from the TRB about any actions that they were taking and also about any election that they were having. This communication was stopped many, many years ago, and probably it was due to budget cuts. Now the TRB had not held an election in over 24 years. When a seat on the board was open, the TRB did not hold an election, rather the seat was filled by appointment. This method is contrary to open and good government. And this brings us to today. Today, it's a request to level the playing field by adding 2 more retired teachers to the TRB. This action is necessary because it is the retired teacher who has the knowledge and experience with the workings of the TRB board, such as pension payments and healthcare insurance. It is a fact of life for retired teachers and also their livelihood that they are members of this Teachers Retirement Board. For active teachers, it's an investment in their future, whereas for the retired teachers, it was just an investment in their livelihood for the rest of their life. So an act of equal representation on the TRB for active retired teachers, it doesn't require funding, and the active and retired teachers both provided funds from their salaries to support this pension and healthcare plan. And now retired teachers continue to pay premiums for their healthcare plan. And this is one glaring factor to support HB 6469. And I'm finished, and thank you very, very much for your time and listening to my. Thank you again.
Carol, you look fantastic.
Oh,
thank you.
Except for my little booby do here.
Yeah, that booby do. Thank you for your time.
Sorry about that one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Angela Russell.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Angela Russell. I reside in New Haven, own a home-based Christian family child care program, and I am a member of Circle. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my testimony on Bill 5264, an act concerning incentives to address the shortage of childcare facilities, Bill 6896, an act concerning early childhood, and Bill 6901, an act concerning a student loan reimbursement program for certain professionals. There is an undeniable decline in the number of childcare professionals, both center and home-based, which perpetuates a never-ending cycle of workers leaving the childcare industry for higher paying positions. Parents are constantly struggling to find and keep affordable, high-quality childcare that meet their truest needs. And without enough childcare professionals of all types, children will continue to lack access to foundational early learning experiences. I oppose Bill 5264 because it makes more sense to me to help stabilize and sustain Connecticut's current child care facilities, especially family child care, before the creation of new child care facilities. For example, if this bill were to pass as is, even though families will have access to more childcare options, will these new facilities be readily available to meet the non-traditional childcare needs of families as well? Because they no longer have 9 to 5, but evenings, overnights, weekends, holidays, before school, after school. So my testimony is that funding should be given to existing providers first to shore up existing slots in an effort to retain our current childcare professionals. Then we can move forward with the building, renovation, and or expansion of new facilities. I oppose Bill 6896. I truly appreciate all studies, but do we really need more studies to tell us what we already know and what has been brought to the forefront? We need a realistic, livable wage for every child care provider so they can continue to show up every day for our children. And funding that is constantly used to conduct studies can be redirected to support these realistic wages. And lastly, I support Bill 6901 because as a current college student, a mom of a recently graduated college student and a current college student, this bill provides much needed relief from student loan debt. So I thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration of every testimony presented before you on today, because I truly understand and respect the difficult choices in which you are charged with making.
Thank you, Angela. And what are you doing? What are you getting your graduate degree? I mean, your college degree in?
Bachelor's in ECE with a focus on program admin and leadership.
Awesome. Congratulations. And
Thank
you for
you.
your testimony. Are there any
Thank
questions?
you.
Yeah. Representative Dillon.
Good afternoon, Angela. It's
Hi.
really it's good to see you again.
Thanks, Pat.
I just wanted to thank you for your testimony before this committee. The last time that you appeared before us, if you recall, you talked about the hardship that the pandemic imposed when you had to close.
Yes, yes.
You talked about your husband's illness with COVID. I hope that is all behind you, but I really want to thank you for coming here to enlighten us on the way things are playing out for you, and I hope you're well.
Yes, thank you. I know everybody has a lot of COVID, stories, but like I just had to do my financial statement for tax purposes. And it really hit home for me because since the COVID, my husband was hospitalized with it and almost lost him. Then I caught COVID twice, and then our sons caught it, and so we were not able to operate for 2-3 years, at a time for, since the last 2 or 3 years. So it has really been hard, and having support and financial support to help sustain us will really make us be able to be available for our children, because that's who suffers the most, our children.
That's right.
So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Have a
Thank
great
you.
day. Have a great day. Now we have a panel, Steve LePage, Timothy Thurston, and Dawn Dunham Strong. Dumon Strong, sorry. Dumon. Make sure you turn your microphones on, and before you speak, just please introduce yourself because CTN tries to put your name on the screen. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Representative Walker and Senator Austin and the Appropriations Committee. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Steve LePage. I'm the superintendent of Plainville Community Schools, and it's my pleasure and I'm grateful to be here to speak very briefly today regarding Senate Bill 1216, continuing free meals for all students in schools. Just briefly, my students were here. I sat behind them and they spoke to a committee requesting continuation of free meals. They also submitted a video that they made. I was very proud of them. Our food service director, Ashley Carl, spoke earlier today. So really great work, really passionate about that. And it's personal for me. So my personal story, I know I'm dressed in a suit and I'm a superintendent of schools now, but I survived childhood and throughout my entire school years, getting free meals every single day. Very difficult upbringing with 4 siblings, single parent, broken home, mental health issues, and food instability. So food really provided that. School food really provided those free meals provided that stability for me. I was able to participate in 3 sports, played 3 varsity sports through high school. I was in the band, jazz band. It gave me that nutrition to keep me going throughout the entire school day. So it really meant a lot to me back then. And I know students in my exact same situation right now, or very similar, who are really need that food stability. Without the stigma, I remember going into lunch line and, the wonderful lunch ladies, they had the hair and everything that, I'd have to say my name, my full name, and then I get free lunch in line with all my friends at the time. Now it's punching in a code, which is much easier and less embarrassing. However, there's still a stigma when some are getting free meals, some are not. The kids basically know if it's not free meals for all, the kids that are going up to get the meals, they're getting a free meal. The others may be able to bring meals when they can. So I just wanted to share that about myself and what it's meant to me. I will add to that it's difficult for families, even if they just barely don't make the margin for qualifying for free or reduced cost meals. If they have several children at home, the expenses of providing those meals for their children and not knowing what's going on in their house, working a couple of jobs sometimes, mental health challenges that are happening in the household. It's very difficult to provide a well-balanced, nutritious meal for your children every day. I'm a superintendent, my wife's a teacher, and we have 3 kids, and it's not easy for us when we're trying to keep everything balanced, providing those meals. So families who have more on their plate than we do and more financial struggles than we currently do are in a different situation. So right now, there's just to conclude, there's rightfully a very big emphasis on mental health and the needs in our schools for mental health. I can't think of a more important basic need than nutrition and the stability of health, physical health, with which comes mental health. If you're always focusing on your stomach growling and you're not able to concentrate on learning, I remember those times when you miss a meal. It's really hard to feel that stability and safety that you need in order to be accessible for learning. So we know we're trying everything for mental health to support kids as best we can, adding supports, psychologists, social workers. We know what works with free meals for all kids. It worked really well throughout the last couple of years. Our rates went up 80%, 87% for our kids accessing breakfast in our school. And they went up 17% for kids accessing lunch just by removing that stigma and providing it for everybody. So without free meals, I wouldn't be where I am right now. I'm appreciative of everything that getting free meals throughout my life, despite the greater stigma at the time has led to for me. So I'm just asking for continued support and consideration of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not sure how this is going to work, but yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Hey, you got it?
No, that's okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
You've got a good outside voice.
Oh. Distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee, thank you for having me and us. My name's Tim Thurston. I am the Education Sales Director of Thurston Foods, a wholesale distributor located in Wallingford, Connecticut. And today I'm speaking on SB 1216, an act concerning funding for student meals. Thurston Foods has been in business for over 75 years and has been serving the needs of school nutrition departments for over 50 years. Many of our sales team are part of the School Nutrition Association, as well as SNACT and the Massachusetts School Food Nutrition Association. We attend local and annual national conferences on school nutrition, including the SNA Legislative Action Committee, our conference, and the SNA Annual National Conference. We learn about new regulations as well as new ideas and products to team with our school districts to increase school participation in lunch and breakfast programs. On March 10th through the 13th, 2020, myself and two members of my company were in Washington, D.C. attending a legislative action conference. As we were at the train station in Washington, leaving the conference, we learned of the vastness of the pandemic, and hour by hour, the institutions were shutting down. We were notified from the state of Connecticut, we were notified by the state of Connecticut and the state of Massachusetts that they were being shut down. We were told at the time it would be about 1 to 2 months before we'd be back to normal. In the meantime, school districts and therefore Thurston Foods would have to change the way children would be fed. We were on the phone placing orders for more individually wrapped items, shelf-stable items, etc. that kids could bring home. The problem was that we still had inventory on closed-coated items such as dairy, meats, fresh produce that would eventually go out of date and end up in the garbage at a loss. 1 to 2 months turned into many months. Thurston Foods worked with our school districts to provide nutritious meals that fit the USDA meal program that families could pick up in the school areas. At this point, Thurston Foods was distributing about 25 to 30% of what we would normally be distributing during the school year. Uncertainty on how long the children will be out of school excuse me, left Thurston Foods with many difficult decisions. Thurston Foods had to do something we had never done before in our history. We had to furlough and lay off personnel. Although only doing 30% of the business we normally would do, we kept over 65% of our workforce. As students went back to school full-time and expansions of waivers took effect, our school districts, all children were given the opportunity to have a nutritious breakfast and lunch. Thurston Foods not only offered to hire back all the furloughed and laid off workers, but we also had to hire more drivers, night pickers, administrative staff, etc. We went from having 55 trucks in the pre-pandemic era to 65 trucks and 65 drivers by the end of September 2021. Distribution to schools in Connecticut and Massachusetts was so busy that myself and many members of our management were out delivering on trucks 2 to 3 times a week to make sure schools had the product they needed. As Connecticut adopted SMART funds and Massachusetts passed universal feeding for school year 2022-23, the number of children eating schools has stayed about the same. We would average picking approximately 25,000 pieces of groceries each night going out to mostly schools. We employed 65 drivers. As the SMART funds started ending, we had seen an increase in volume from about 25,000 pieces to about 18,000, a 28% drop in volume. We have had to reduce our number of drivers through attrition. We have gone from 65 drivers to about 55, a reduction of 16%. Many of our Connecticut customers have told us have told us that their participation went from approximately 75% down to 40%. They have even told us that free meal participation is down 25% due to the stigma attached to free lunch. And we've heard schools telling us that they will not have the funds to pay the bills on time. Inevitably, ending universal meals can only lead to a reduction in the number of children eating nutritious meals at school, thereby reducing not only schools, but our workforce, and have a negative effect on the employment of schools and our business, other local businesses, and the local economy. So as you can see, our business parallels that of the school lunch business. Like K-12 schools, May through June are the dates that Thurston Foods plans for next school year. Like schools, we are number one, hiring or not personnel, looking at hiring. Drivers, night pickers, customer service, etc. We're looking for stability in our workforce. Number two, as schools do, we're looking at purchasing, including many perishables, meat, dairy, produce, etc. Much like schools, a 35% increase or decrease in participation and therefore sales can affect our purchasing. Keep in mind that with supply chain issues, there are still many vendors that have problems with labor, materials, etc., leading to a lead time of delivery from 6 to 8 weeks, and in sometimes 15 weeks. In my line of work, excuse me, I travel to many districts during a week and try to show them ways to increase their participation in school lunch programs through education, theme days, specials, etc. It was great to see at one elementary school I visited recently, out of the 600 students, 300 students were in the cafeteria eating either a turkey sandwich or tacos, and the other 300 students were out in the play yard having recreation.
Mr. Thurston, could you sum up?
Sure.
Thank you.
Very, very last line. Imagine how children could learn if they could, regardless of income, receive a free nutritious breakfast and lunch, give them recreation, and watch how they learn.
Watch
Thank
how
you.
they thrive. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Are you testifying?
Hi, my name is Dawn Dumont Strong, and I'm the kitchen manager at the East Hampton High School. I'm testifying today in opposition to SB 1216, an act concerning funding for student meals. We know how important student meals are for all students. We do not need a study to tell us that school meals are important for our students' well-being. We put students and families through trauma again by taking meals away from hungry kids. I grew up in a family with a dad who had his own construction business, a mom who stayed home, and 4 other siblings. In the 70s, we didn't have free or reduced lunches. We didn't have school breakfast. Some weeks my dad didn't get paid and we were only able to eat dinner. Some weeks my dad did get paid and we ate like kings. Growing up, food was either plentiful or scarce. We never knew what the next day would bring. I see this happening today in my school, only on a different level. The high school I work in is a small 512 students. Everyone knows each other and their families. It is very noticeable since the pandemic that we have had a lot of struggling parents. Many of them still have jobs, but not as many hours as they would like to have. With the price of food, the price of gas, the price of electricity and oil all rising, what looks good on paper is not what it looks like in everyday family life. Now, often both parents have to work, or there is only one parent at home. As with the family in the 70s, many people live paycheck to paycheck, and some weeks are good and some weeks aren't. This is especially true for people who work in the service industry or don't get a regular salary. Often these families make too much money to qualify for free meals, but they have months when they are really struggling. I have a few families in the high school that don't qualify, and we know the kids are hungry. When we went back to paid meals, I had several kids who would apologize when they got breakfast and lunch because their parents couldn't afford to put money on their account, and they were racking up a lot of lunch debt, and they knew that they couldn't pay it back. We also had a few students who did get free lunches, and they would share them with their friends who had nothing to eat. When breakfast and lunch is free, it is noticeable that the kids are happier and more content. With so many more students eating in the cafeteria, I notice them all hanging out together and talking and laughing. It gives them time in the morning and during lunch to be stress-free and not worry about their classes. And because so many people are eating school meals, no one feels singled out because they got a school lunch or breakfast. We need to invest in our students by making sure they are fed healthy, nutritious meals and taking the time out of, the stress out of mealtime. That is a huge recipe for success. Please invest in our students' futures by continuing school meals for all years to come. Our kids really are relying on you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for your testimonies. Are there any questions or comments? Representative McCarty.
Very quickly, thank you. I just wanted to recognize Plainville and to come out and for all of the work that you've done. And you reminded us that providing school lunches really impacts the school climate, student learning, mental and physical health. So you keep focusing in on all the other attributes that having the lunch program, free lunch program and breakfast for our students. So I appreciate very much your comments. But again, and I'm going to just mention, we're trying to find a way to accomplish the goal within appropriations and just looking to see if there's another avenue so that all of the children have the opportunity for free breakfast and lunch, but just looking at possible streams for funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony and have a great day. Thank you. Next we have Karen Edwards. Karen.
Hi, good
Hi.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. And just one second. Maria Razia. Maria, is she on too? Just want to check. Go right ahead, Karen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee leadership and members. My name is Karen Edwards. I live in Stamford and I'm a parent and a retired pediatrician public health professional. I'm testifying in opposition to SB 1216 because another study isn't required. I support strongly free school meals for all students because existing evidence already supports that. How will free school meals for all benefit Connecticut families? The gross annual income ceilings for a family of 4 to receive free or reduced cost meals are respectively about $38,000 and about $51,000. If a family earns more, they pay full price or $30 a week for school lunch for 2 middle school or high school students and slightly less if the students are younger. And this is not a trivial amount. The cost of living for a Connecticut family of 4 is about $90,000. So there are many families above the income cutoffs who are struggling and who will benefit from not having to pay for school meals. Feeding America, which is the largest charity working to end hunger in America, estimates that about 20% of food insecure children live in a home that is ineligible for free or reduced cost meals because they earn above the income cutoffs. The short and long-term academic and health benefits for free school meals for all students are well supported by the evidence, and I've actually included several links to recent evidence in my written testimony. For instance, in 2021, the center-right American Action Forum Policy Group concluded its report on the evidence supporting free school meals by stating, research suggests that policy targeting student nutrition may be one of the more cost-effective policy approaches to improve student learning outcomes and test scores. Aside from the immediate benefits of alleviating child hunger and improving academic performance, free school meals for all benefits schools by decreasing the costs of administering the free and reduced cost school meal program, including covering unpaid debt, and they benefit the state by increasing the readiness of tomorrow's workforce and by increasing purchase of food for school meals from Connecticut businesses and farms. I believe preventing children from experiencing hunger now and increasing academic achievement and life success for all children as they grow into adulthood are very important roles for state government. I oppose SB 1216 because we do not need another study to prove the benefits of providing free school meals to all students. I strongly support free school meals for all based on existing evidence and urge you to fully fund free school meals for all in this biennial budget. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you. Up next is, I'm sorry, are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set. Up next is Marie Razia. Is Marie here? Up next is Ann Stockton. Is Ann Stockton here? All set. Is your mic on? You gotta turn your mic on. There you
Okay,
go.
good. Okay,
Yep.
good afternoon, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Ann Stockton Sobrowski. I am the Vice President of the Gemma E. Moran United Way Labor Food Center in New London, Connecticut. We serve all of New London County, and I wanted to speak on behalf of SB 1216 briefly. I am in favor of this bill with the exception of, I don't think, like many others said, I don't believe that we need to have a study. I think we have enough information here and now to pass this bill as is. So I am speaking as someone who runs a food bank. So our food bank in New London County pushes out about 2 million pounds of food to our county. And just to understand really the reality of food insecurity and hunger in the state right now, we have a mobile food pantry program. We serve about 1,050 households every month, and we have seen a 25% increase in households that are coming to this pantry just in the past month. So people are hungry, people are food insecure. This is our program. We believe in best practices around accessing food with dignity. So we do not ask any questions. If you come to our mobile food pantry, you can access the food. We don't ask you how much money you make or anything. You just get food if you need food. And like I said, we've seen a 25% increase in people coming to that just in the past month. About 2/3 of the folks coming to our mobile food pantry are families. So we're just seeing a significant increase in households that need food, a significant increase in burden on the feeding system. So approving this bill would make a huge impact in the community. It would make a huge impact in the state, and it would help families and reduce food insecurity across the state. And I'd just like to say our food center has been around for 35 years. It started in 1988 with a woman who just turned 99 years old. Her name is Gemma Moran. And her vision when she started this food bank was she wanted to make sure that children could go to school and not be hungry. So I sit here before you as someone running that food bank that began as her vision. And I hope that her vision continues and we can see this pass because I think it's very important and I appreciate your time. And I hope you consider our request. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me see if anybody has any questions, any comments or questions. Representative Dillon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. That jump in 1 month is really, really shocking. And I wonder if you could help us. Do you think it's related to the end of the pandemic benefits?
I do, yeah.
Can you actually pinpoint it? I mean, that's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, so just last month, when we always plan, in some towns, in Stonington, for example, we'll plan for 150. And so that's what we plan for. And then, we still had, 30 or 40 more cars out there after we gave out what we typically do. So we track them every month but there was definitely a significant shift with the reduction in SNAP benefits.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Up next is Daniel Stern. Daniel, floor is yours.
Thank you. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nuccio, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Dan Stern. I'm a Master of Public Health and Health Policy candidate at the Yale School of Public Health. I'm here today in my capacity as a public health graduate student who believes nurses, teachers, and social services professionals are crucial to the improved health and well-being of individuals across this state. I'm therefore testifying in support of House Bill 6901 and the program it establishes to attract these vital professionals to our state and retain them into the future. Research shows strong nursing, teaching, and social services workforces have profound impacts on individuals' short and long-term well-being. And healthcare studies consistently demonstrate that increased nurse-patient ratios are associated with improved patient outcomes both in general acute care and critical care units. In education, research indicates that reduced class sizes made possible through increasing the education workforce leads to greater educational attainment. Additionally, effective teachers in any grade year improve students' probability of attending college, raise their lifetime earnings, and reduce their likelihood of having children as teenagers. Finally, a strong social services workforce is immensely beneficial to service recipients' development and well-being. Social workers help bridge the gap between healthcare services and other client needs, including rehabilitation, housing, and employment. They're also instrumental to treating and rehabilitating individuals with serious mental illnesses. Ready access to social workers and mental health professionals therefore greatly benefits individuals in need of mental health services and coordinated care outside the healthcare system. However, in the face of increasing demand for their services, Connecticut is experiencing a massive shortage of nurses, teachers, and social services professionals. As of February 2023, the state had over 1,200 teaching and over 1,300 paraprofessional vacancies. In healthcare, there's a nursing shortage now that promises to only expand in the future. Certain hospitals in Connecticut have a nursing position vacancy rate above 30%. Additionally, with about half of the state's nurses over the age of 50, Connecticut needs about 3,000 new nurses per year to meet its healthcare needs. It currently only graduates 1,900 annually. In childcare, Connecticut is short about 4,400 workers. This led to a 50,000 spot gap in early childcare services in 2022. The shortage extends to mental health services as well. It is estimated that Connecticut needs a 50% increase in its behavioral health workforce to properly meet the needs of its children and families. House Bill 6901 would help address Connecticut's shortage of nurses, teachers, and social services professionals by encouraging prospective professionals to attend universities in our state and live here upon graduating. The state is desperately in need of student debt relief. Connecticut has the 5th highest student loan debt. It's at $17.8 billion right now. Additionally, 20 years into paying loans, 90% of white individuals have paid off their debt, while women, Black individuals, and Latino individuals only paid off 5 to 8% of their loans at that point in time. To be sure, there are additional causes of Connecticut's workforce shortage that this legislation does not address, namely low pay and high stress are leading causes of nurse, teacher, and social services professional departures in the state. The pay and working conditions of these professions must be improved if Connecticut is to solve this shortage. However, this bill is a step toward attracting these vital professionals back to our state. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them now, or please feel free to reach out in the future.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Up next is Jennifer Bove. Jennifer, are you here? All righty.
Good afternoon. My name is Jen Bove. I am a registered dietitian and I am the Nutrition Services Director at East Hampton Public Schools. I am the proud employer of Dawn and Peggy, who spoke to you earlier. I'm speaking in opposition of SB 1216, but in favor of school meals for all. Before I start, I just wanted to thank you all from the bottom of all our hearts for bringing back school meals this year. You made a difference and you improved the lives of thousands and thousands of children in Connecticut. So thank you very, very much. I'd like to speak quickly to paying for meals for rich kids, because I understand that that is the question you are always going to get. Less than 15% of households in Connecticut are considered high income, and 5 of the 10 wealthiest towns in Connecticut don't participate in the National School Lunch Program. So they're not eligible for any of the funding that we're talking about today. 165,000 students are in the middle class or low income, but don't qualify for free meals. I would like all of us to be able to find a middle class family that isn't struggling right now. So that's 165,000 students that we're addressing. I'd like to speak to the idea too that school meals for all flies in the face of equity. I would argue the exact opposite. Applying free meals to all children levels the playing field. Nobody feels selected out. Nobody feels different. When we lost free meals for all, my participation among free and reduced students dropped by 26%. 26% of students with documented financial insecurity chose not to eat because stigma is a very real thing. One of my employees has a fourth grader. They qualify for reduced meals. She would not buy meals when we went back for paid meals, even though she ate with us every single day before that. When we went back to free meals, my participation on the first day went back up to where it was among my free or reduced people. This stigma is a very, very real thing. Studies show that 18.5% of high school students will choose not to buy lunch just because their friends aren't buying lunch. And studies have also shown that if you increase the level to qualify for free meals by 10%, the level of participation will only increase by 1.5%. So just raising the level is not the answer here. If we really, really want to make sure the neediest kids eat healthy, nutritious meals to level the playing field, then we have to allow all kids to eat for free. And investing in school meals for all has a very high ROI. It has been shown that for every $1 invested in school meals, you get $2 back in the local economy. A study out in New York showed that standardized test scores increased across the board, regardless of income level, when they started universal meals. So please continue to invest in our children, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Representative Paris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer, I just wanted to thank you for your testimony. And I think one thing that has stood out with all of the testimonies today in terms of in support of this bill has been that we don't necessarily realize as adults or lawmakers how much is internalized by the students when they're at school. I think it's really important to note that while there may be issues at home and a lack of funding at home, or things may be tight at home, for them to go back to school to not ask for a free meal may be a burden to that student. And while we may think that they're being able to go in this line and get their free lunch is something that is discreet and under the radar, we all know that oftentimes kids find out everything, and kids are dealing with a lot of internal issues amongst their social groups and social circles, which obviously creates a stigma that stays with them for a very long time. So I don't think that this is just about feeding children. I also think that this is about ending a stigma and making sure that we're bringing a lot of dignity back to working parents and kids who are in school learning and developing. So thank you for your testimony and your work.
Thank
you
you
Madam
very
Chair.
much for that.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
When the kids were cute. Up next is Walter Saplinski. Mr. Saplinski, you're online.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Austin and Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on the subject supporting HB 6489 today. My name is Walter Saplinski, and I would like to let you know that today you may have heard someone say that the Teacher Retirement Board works for all. If that were true, I would not need to be here. The good news is that HB 6489 can move us closer to that statement becoming true. Health insurance is the #1 concern of retired teachers, especially we older ones. Retired teachers cannot negotiate for it. We depend on TRB to choose for us. We pay nearly all of the premiums out of pocket, and we rely on our 2 retired teacher representatives to openly communicate with us. Currently, that is not going well. The number of retired teachers on TRB needs to be increased. There are 13 current board members. 2 are retired teachers. Only 1 is enrolled in the TRB health plan. That 1 member's term of office expires on June 30th. Where will the representation be that looks like the 32,000 of us with the TRB health plan? We cannot wait 4 years until the next scheduled election in 2027. Retired teachers have just 2 seats, and the last edition was in 1991. HB 6489 will add more voices and allow for greater diversity of voices by retired teachers instead of the monoculture that we presently have. Additional retired teacher representatives are needed to remove the shadows that obscure the current health insurance selection process. The TRB has established a pattern that the insurance subcommittee recommends the contract, and the remainder of the board is expected to approve it without seeing it. Board members who have a content question must ask for an executive session to get an answer, but only if they sign a non-disclosure agreement first. One consequence uncovered during a hearing at another state agency is that the current TRB contract approved a more costly bid for the Medicare supplement plan because it would benefit the lower cost Advantage plan. Allowing active teachers to continue to vote for retired teacher representatives dilutes the voice that retired teachers need and deserve to bring light to the health insurance selection process at TRB. HB 6489 provides a fair remedy. Let retirees vote for their representatives. Let actives vote for their representatives. Please support HB 6489 in its entirety. Thank you for listening. And always, I feel heard, as everybody does in front of this committee. So thank you, and for your service for all the citizens of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saplinski. Have a
You're
nice
welcome.
night. Are there any comments or questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Up next is Ed Vargas. We're going to go back to number 26, Ed Vargas. Ed?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you. Thank you to the co-chairs. Thank you to the ranking members. Thank you for the committee committee members for allowing me to testify today. I'm also going to speak on the same issue that Walt Saplinski spoke on, which is House Bill 6489. I think it's a great idea. What this bill accomplishes, which is splitting the vote so that retiree members elect their own retiree representatives and the active teachers elect theirs. They have different interests. The retirees are very concerned about their health insurance programs, and it's a great idea to limit the participation in these elections that are either the people who are on the health insurance, the TRB health insurance, or people that have not yet reached the age of 65 and are not on the insurance through no fault of their own. So this is a great idea. And I also believe that we need to add additional members, those 2 additional members that the bill accomplishes to ensure that we have wide representation of all retirees. But I think the key is making sure that those that are elected to represent the retiree are voted upon by the retirees. It makes no sense for the active teachers to be involved in that vote. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify, and I hope that you proceed by supporting House Bill 6489 and sending it to the floor of the House and the Senate. And thank you for allowing me to testify. And if there's any questions I can answer, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you, Ed. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, have a nice day.
You too. Bye.
Up next is Jill Chris, number 49, Jill Chris. All the way up from Norwalk. Floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jill Kress, and I'm the food service liaison as well as the homeless liaison for Norwalk Public Schools. I'm here to ask that you invest in our students and free meals for all and Bill SB 1216. My career began in Norwalk Public Schools Food Service Department under the tutelage of my predecessor, Frank A. Harris, 22 years ago. One of the responsibilities Mr. Harris tasked me with at the time of hire was the district determining official. In case you're unaware of this title, I was responsible for the distribution of roughly 11,000 meal applications to our families, as well as the approval and denial of meal applications that were returned to the district. I only tell you this because I've seen both sides of the story. When we were an application district and a family was not approved for free meals, the cost to that family for a full year of meals at the elementary level was $780. That's only for one student at the elementary level. I, like my colleagues, have seen students when they're denied a meal. I've seen when students don't have enough funds in their account. So to prevent food shaming, we decided not to deny a child a meal. And even if they had low funds in their account, they were given a full meal. Then, as you can imagine, we watched unpaid meal debt rise to unmanageable numbers. As you know, the unpaid funds are paid out of the operating budget, and at the end of the year, to recover the loss, the funds are pulled out of the educational funds. After COVID, our district felt that after 2 years of free meals, we could not expect our families to come back to applications and unpaid meal debt again. So we opted out of SMART funds and into CEP. We were successful. The positive side of CEP is, of course, you're not denying any students, and all students receive a free breakfast or lunch. However, the other side of that coin, even as a CEP district, there will still be a significant loss. Norwalk Public Schools District is at the lowest possible identified student percentage rate of 41%. This means there will be substantial loss of about $700,000. To reiterate, I've seen both sides of this expensive coin, and as a food service department, what side do you call, heads or tails? Free meals for all students at the higher reimbursement rate is a huge benefit to our students in food service departments across Connecticut. Frank Harris would go to Congress every year to speak about free lunch for all students. His argument, students universally ride buses for free. Our students should also be fed universally free. In the words of my mentor, Mr. Harris, you cannot teach a hungry child. So I ask you to please invest in them and free meals for all students in Connecticut. Thank you so much for your time today. We all appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none,
Thank you.
you're all set. Up next is Paula Bacalini. Paula.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Paula Bacalini. I'm a retired Connecticut teacher. I worked as a speech language pathologist for over 40 years in Connecticut public schools for half my career, and Gaylord Hospital and other healthcare agencies for the other half. I'm testifying in support of HB 6489, which will provide retired teachers much needed and overdue representation on the TRB. The last retiree seat was added to the TRB over 20 years ago in 1991, and the number of Connecticut retired teachers has more than doubled since then. 2 additional seats will enable retired and active teachers to have equal and fair representation. Since retired educators contributed to the TRB for decades when they were active teachers, we are also continuing to contribute the vast majority of out-of-pocket premium expenses to our healthcare as retirees. I have attended many TRB meetings over the past several years in person and virtually, and found that the board does not always fully understand the needs of retired teachers whom they are authorized to protect. Long-term board members do not seem to accept the expertise of new members when determining which healthcare insurance plan they will offer retirees. This is why it's essential for the 2 additional retired representatives to be enrolled in the healthcare plans offered by the TRB. Some who oppose the bill are citing discrimination and HIPAA violations. In my opinion, this is inaccurate thinking. HIPAA does not prohibit someone from revealing the name of their healthcare insurance company, such as traditional Medicare supplement plan or Advantage plan. HIPAA protects someone's diagnosis or health problems from being revealed, which is not a requirement in this legislation. Being enrolled in one of the TRB healthcare plans is absolutely fair, especially when asking retired teachers for their votes. There is currently discrimination against the retirees because 1, they're not equally represented on the TRB, and 2, starting in July of 2023, the TRB will likely have no members enrolled in either of the TRB healthcare plans, and they will be the people determining which requests for proposals they will write and accept, and which healthcare plans they offer retirees with no personal experience with the plans themselves. This is unacceptable. And 3rd, currently active teachers vote for retiree board members. This is also biased because active teachers are not as familiar with how the healthcare plans impact senior citizens, what they're experiencing as they age and their health fails. This is why I support that the retired and active teachers vote for their own representatives on the TRB, which is an agency responsible for the well-being of retired teachers. Please vote yes for HB 6489 in its entirety, and thank you so much for your consideration. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and thank you for giving me the time to testify today.
Thank you, Paula. Any comments or questions? You're all set. Thank you. Up next is Christina Roberge. Christina.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christina Roberge. I am the food service coordinator in Groton Public Schools. I am also the president-elect of the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut. I am here to talk about SB Bill 1216. As I am 120% for free meals for all. But I feel the word of a study of it, we've already lived through it, through generations. When I was a little girl going to Lisbon Central School, every morning I was handed a blue piece of paper that said free lunch on it. It was green if you were reduced. That doesn't happen anymore, but the stigma is still there. Before I took this position, I was a kitchen manager for an elementary school in Groton for 5 years. I've seen the best and I've seen the worst. The stigma is there. It was there in January of 2023, and it will be back if we do not pass free meals for all. To me, the brightest and the smartest thing is to invest in our children, invest in the future, because you can't go wrong. Thank you.
Hold on, let me see if there's any questions or any comments or questions. Seeing none. You're all set, Christina.
Thank you.
Up next is Rita McDougall Campbell.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin and Representative Walker and the esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Rita McDougall Campbell, a retired administrator residing in Trumbull. I'm also an ardent proponent for HB 6489, an act concerning retiree members of the Teachers Retirement Board. The request for an additional 2 retiree seats on the TRB is not without precedent. When the board was established in 1917 and until 1979, it was comprised of only 5 members, 2 of whom were association representatives. In the 80s, the board continued to expand periodically, adding additional active teacher seats. And finally, in 1991, for the first time, there were 2 retiree seats added. While the retiree ranks have grown rapidly and continue to outpace previous projections, the retiree representation on the board has remained static since 1991. In 2011, a 4th active teacher was added specifically to ensure diversity, as the seat was established specifically to give voice to bargaining units that had not been previously included on the board. For the first time in 24 years, in January 2023, TRB held an election for 2 retiree seats. 8 candidates submitted petitions and 6 ran. The election process was arduous for candidates, confusing for some voters, and the timing was less than optimal. About 6% of active teachers voted, and between 32 and 33% of retired teachers voted. Both elected candidates were incumbents, heavily endorsed and promoted by one organization, once again creating a vacuum at the table for the 40% who did not support these candidates. As in 2011, when other voices were invited to the table to level the playing field, retirees want to be permitted to nominate and vote for retirees, to ensure diverse representation that will speak for the 40%, and to have board members who are consumers of the TRB insurance products and who have personal experience with the perks and pitfalls of the plans. Your voting in the affirmative for HB 6489 will ensure that more retirees have a representative at the TRB table. I have submitted a much more detailed testimony for the record. I invite you, in fact, I implore you to please read it. However, for the reasons that I have highlighted herein, I plead with you to vote in the affirmative to pass this bill in its entirety. I thank you so much for your time and your consideration, and I would be happy to entertain any questions. That's the end of my prepared speech, but I just wanted to say that this morning, Helen Sullivan mentioned that she didn't have any money in the budget for the election that they just held, which I found interesting because the terms on the board are four-year terms, and this would have been an election year. So I didn't understand why there was no money budgeted for an election. And the other, I think someone already talked about, the HIPAA, is that other people can't disclose your information, but if you choose to disclose it, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set.
Thank you.
Up next is Ari Weisenfeld.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ari Weisenfeld, and I have the pleasure of serving as the director of the Connecticut office of Agudath Israel of America. Agudath Israel is a national organization that advocates on behalf of the Orthodox Jewish community across the country. I want to express my support for a school lunch in general, then offer a general comment on SB 1216, an act concerning funding for school meals, for student meals. Although I do support school lunch for all, and this particular act concerning the need to create a study, I'm not sure why that is so necessary, considering all the testimony we've heard earlier today and the wealth of information that's been provided to the committee on how vital this is. I hope there's a way to perhaps expedite this to fund the program as soon as possible. I want to give a little context just specifically to my community, in addition to everything you've already heard today and in previous testimonies. We have a thriving and growing community spread out over multiple cities in Connecticut. Our yeshiva day schools accept children from low-income families with little or even no ability to pay tuition. Many of our schools have qualified for EANS, Federal COVID Relief Program, which requires the participating schools to have at least a 40% or higher student poverty rate. Almost all of our schools give well over half of their students significant financial aid. Our yeshiva day schools are all nonprofits striving to serve their community to the best of their ability. However, because of the increased cost of kosher food, if our schools are only able to provide lunches to the students that qualify for the reimbursement under the federal school lunch program, it is just simply not cost effective for them to participate in the program. Many of our schools, regardless of that, are still choosing to provide lunches, and they need to fundraise separately for that extra cost. I'm also aware of there are kosher grocery stores that are providing those lunches and meals to these schools that are also doing it at a loss because they understand how vital it is for the low-income children in the community to receive the same meals that the other students are receiving. So they're willing to take a loss on that as well. Even the families that are not income eligible for the federal program are still struggling financially and need all the help they can get. Should this bill pass and the funding be there for the school lunch for all students made eligible for the school lunch program, our schools will be able to participate, and with economics of scale, that would allow us to offer all of our children a nutritious kosher meal daily. So I hope that the committee will consider funding this program as soon as possible, perhaps without the time that might be spent on an unnecessary study. And if I could be of any assistance, I'm glad to help out. Otherwise, I'm available for any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set, sir. You must be Ernie.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not even going to try to
Thank you.
say your last name.
Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished committee. My name is Ernie Koshmeter from Groton Public Schools. I'm the food service director. I'm here to speak today about SB 1216, School Meals for All. I opposed the survey. We've heard it all day long. We know what works. It certainly is working when meals are free for kids. It definitely works. My district is sort of unique. I have 5,100 students, 52% are free and reduced, and 40% of my students are military family students. We have a naval base in Groton, and a lot of times they're deployed, they're out to sea for months and months. So I have these military families that depend on us. I see them come through my cafeteria every morning, every lunch. These kids are, they're amazing kids, and this free meals has helped tremendously. They come through with snacks and stuff because a lot of my military families just missed the cutoff for becoming free or reduced. They just miss it by a couple $100 or so. They're a proud group of folks, and it just breaks my heart knowing that their moms or dads are out to sea for months, defending my freedoms, our freedoms, and these kids have to worry about whether they have money on their account or not. When we had to switch back to full pay meals in January, my meals, just like my colleagues, plummeted 30–40%. But when they were free, I'm back up to 70% for breakfast, 65–70% for breakfast. That's unheard of. But when meals are free, my superintendent, she's super supportive, making sure that we try every avenue to get our children free. One of the avenues was to go CEP. Out of my 7 schools, 4 of my schools are CEP, 3 are not CEP. You can imagine what that conversation, takes place when you got half your district is free and some isn't. Why are your kids free but mine aren't, et cetera. The belief is that every kid we're trying to fuel up in the morning with the most well-balanced, healthy breakfast that we can. This child will learn better. Our test scores will rise. Groton is an alliance school district, so we need a lot of support in Groton, a lot of support. So that's why part of me is here. I'm not a politician, but I'm here trying to bring the information directly to you for someone that's in the field every single day. Feeding our students a well-balanced meal will lead to better learning. That the child will have a full belly in the morning, behavior issues go down. It levels the playing field across all socioeconomics. And I want all of our kids to be free, not just 4 out of schools. Thank you so much. I know you all have a challenge ahead of you. I'm confident that you guys will find a way to fund our kids. We're investing in our future leaders in Connecticut. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions?
Oh, that's fine, because right now.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Thanks. Up next is Becky Terrell. Becky,
Hello,
go ahead, Becky. The floor is yours.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the Appropriations Committee for giving me this opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Becky Tyrell. I'm the Food Service Director for Ed Advance. We are the Regional Education Service Center in the northwest corner of the state. And as such, I oversee meal service in 10 different school districts, some of whom are CEP schools and some of whom are not. And I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to allow me to speak on Senate Bill 1216, an act concerning funding of school meals. I'm going to just add to what everyone else has said about no need for a study. We've pretty much done the study during the pandemic, and the result has been more kids eating healthy meals and the reduced stigma that occurs when we have a tiered meal system that relies upon meal applications to meet the needs of our students. Parents don't need to complete an application for the child to get on a bus or to get books or computers, and they really shouldn't have to for food either. Not all parents are capable of advocating for their child like they should, and the result, which is beyond the control of the student, is that we have hungry children, and we know hungry children can't learn. And it's just as important as all the other services that we provide. As you've heard from many folks before me, the most heartbreaking part over the past few months when our school meals went from free to paid has been the decline of meals that we provide, especially to our free and reduced students. Some of these children may not realize what their status is and know that they can get a meal. And others are, don't want to get in that lunch line for fear that their classmates might think that they're in need of free meals. So there's only one way to reduce that stigma, and that is to feed all those children. Many states have been having this same conversation because we've all learned about the importance and the impact that free meals have made for students. And just, so you're aware, last week, when Los Angeles School District went out on strike for 3 days, strike by support staff, there were almost 500,000 children who spent 3 days out of school. And the one service that they provided, not surprisingly, was they offered those kids bagged meals. And they did that because they know how important that is and how critical school meals are to the educational system. Besides being a food service director, I am very proud to say that I am a member of the Plainville Board of Education and have been for the past 23 years. And you have seen today my superintendent as well as my school food service director. Really proud of the kids that we've had come advocate for this program as well over the past several weeks. So public education and the needs of students is really near and dear to my heart. I know the least structured time of the day takes place in a school cafeteria, and it's a stressful experience for many students. And feeding those students supports their social, emotional, and physical needs, and puts them in the best place to learn and be successful. So I urge the committee to work within the CEP system and try and come up with a plan so that we can fund all meals for children. And I appreciate your time, and I know the committee has a difficult job to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much. Up next is Mia Franklin. Is Mia Franklin here? I don't see Mia. Up next is Georgia Goldburn. Georgia?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Austin and Representative Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony. My name is Georgia Goldburn. I live in Middletown, and I am the Director of Hope for New Haven, a faith-based nonprofit located in New Haven that manages the Hope Child Development Center. I'm also the co-founder of Circle, a network of childcare providers serving children and families of color. I'm testifying in support of HB 5264, 6896, and HB 6901 with the following caveat. I know the members of the Appropriations Committee understand the need for increased funding for childcare, so I won't belabor that point. Instead, I want to share a personal anxiety as the co-founder of Circle. When we established Circle some 8 years ago, I was worried that as more funding entered into the ECE space, that women of color, the progenitor of the childcare industry, will have no space in doing this work without intentionality. While I praise and appreciate the following bills, especially HB 6901, I am anxious that some will have unintended consequences, which will result in the elimination of family childcare, community-based, and small BIPOC-led childcare businesses. I often feel like the lonely voice yelling in the din, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. But for many of the providers Circle represents, the sky is falling. I have had the privilege of seeing those amazing, resilient, innovative owners of color navigate with deft a once-in-a-lifetime event and emerge on the other side, albeit weary and wounded. My deeply held fear is that they will not emerge from the other once-in-a-lifetime event. That is the good intentions of those trying to solve childcare. History is replete with the stories of the extractions of assets, ingenuity, and talent of BIPOC creators. I urge legislators to remember the history of the childcare industry, where it started, on the plantation, why it started, to provide a vehicle for freed Black women to support their families, and how it evolved to this point, the intentional and unintentional policies and legislation rooted in racial and gender animus. As such, I urge the committee to not just fund childcare, but to do so with the intentionality that is owed to the many women, especially women of color, who offer their bodies and labor to the building of this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Walker?
Thank you, Georgia, for your testimony, and thank you for your commitment to working for the lives of our kids and for our family neighborhood childcare workers. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carl, you're up after this person. I missed somebody. Catherine D'Agostino, you're up next. Then it
Thank
will
you.
be Carl and Elizabeth. So the two of you can sit there if you want to sit there, but Catherine, the floor is yours. You're muted, Catherine.
Mute, sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Catherine D'Agostino, and I am Legislative Co-Chair of the Association of Retired Teachers of Connecticut. And I am here today in support of HB 6489, an act concerning retiree members of the TRB. HB 6489 has overwhelming support from our retired teacher members. We have asked everyone to hear our plea for equal representation and for a fair election process for representation on the TRB. Presently, there are 4 active teacher representatives and 2 retired teacher representatives. This makeup was last mandated in 1991, and since then, the number of retired teachers has more than doubled and continues to grow. Regardless of our numbers, retired teachers should have equal representation on the board. After all, like the active teachers today, we paid into our pension plan, we paid into our health insurance fund, and we now pay a 1/3 portion of our health insurance premiums. Moreover, when we advocate for retired teacher benefits, such as a defined benefit pension or a 50% tax exemption or fair and equitable health insurance choices, we're doing that not only for our own benefit, but for the benefit of the future retired active teachers when they retire. It is reasonable to have 2 additional retired teachers on the board. Equal representation is not divisive. On the contrary, it is fair and inclusive. ARTC also supports a fairer election process of representatives to the TRB. Only retired teachers should nominate and elect retired teacher representatives, and only active teachers should nominate and elect active teacher representatives. After all, a representative should understand the issues, the challenges, and the experiences of the group they represent, just as the legislators do. Retirees experience the financial and health issues they face, and active teachers experience the challenges they face. Active teachers, however, do not have to make the difficult choice of a Medicare-based TRB health insurance plan due to either their health or their finances. Yet active teachers have greater representation on the TRB and more voting members. They have greater influence over all of our health insurance needs than the retirees themselves. Equal representation and a fairer election process can change this unfair imbalance and make the TRB stronger, more inclusive, and effective. Therefore, on behalf of all of our many members and our affiliates, I am urging you to support HB 6489. And I thank every member of the Appropriations Committee for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I hope you will definitely pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set.
Thank you.
Carl and Elizabeth, you are now up.
Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the committee. My name's Carl Schissel of the Connecticut Hospital Association. I'm actually here to testify in 2 capacities, one on behalf of CHA, but also as a tri-chair of the Connecticut Children's Behavioral Health Plan Implementation Advisory Board, which we'll call the advisory board from here on out. I did submit written testimony for both CHA and as a tri-chair for the committee's consideration. But I wanted to chat briefly about the CHA testimony first and foremost. And I'll start with some data. There are 118 staffed inpatient psychiatric beds available for children and adolescents in the state of Connecticut. Since January 1st, 2023, on average, there have been 26 child or adolescent patients who were in need of an inpatient psych bed on each day above the current inpatient bed capacity, and the number has been trending upward. And so as you move forward with House Bill 6900, in our testimony, we are inviting the committee to consider adding members in addition to the representatives from children's hospitals, which of course are very important. We would like the committee to consider adding a representative from an inpatient psychiatric hospital, somebody who actually engages in providing inpatient psych care, as well as someone working in an emergency department, since this needed care for children and adolescents is occurring in every hospital across the state. For the advisory board, I'm delighted that my co-tri-chair, Dr. Kanata, is here. Our 3rd tri-chair, Ann Smith of AFCAMP, is signed up to testify at number 75, but she is presently participating on a panel and sends her regrets. This advisory board, and we gave you 8 pages of testimony, which sort of excerpts our hopes for the future, and Dr. Kanata will address those. What we'd like to do is thank you first for enacting Public Act 22-47, which expanded the membership of the advisory board to include a representative of the governor's office, OPM, the commissioners of the Departments of Correction and Labor, to supplement our existing agency partners. And there are 17 agency partners participating on the advisory board, as well as 8 representatives of families with children with behavioral health needs, along with providers like CHA and Wheeler Clinic, as well as private foundations and commercial insurers. So the question as we consider House Bill 6900 is, how will this planning committee work with the existing advisory board? We would love to sit and talk a little bit about how we can work together to make sure we further the system in Connecticut. And I'll stop there and ask Dr. Kanata to please speak for a moment.
Yes, thank you for this. I'm Elizabeth Kanata. I'm one of the tri-chairs of the Connecticut Children's Implementation Advisory Board, and I'm also Vice President of Community-Based Family Services and Practice Innovation at Wheeler. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before you. When legislation passed last year for the new Behavioral and Mental Health Policy Oversight Council, our expressed concern of the advisory board was that we identify collaborative means to promote expediency in addressing challenges to achieving our common vision for the children's behavioral health system. We have a robust plan in place already and updated planning through the work groups of the advisory board. We need legislative action and fiscal support now to implement recommendations that have already been made. As a provider with over 35 years in the behavioral health workforce in Connecticut, I've been proud of the Connecticut system. We're envied by many other states. But our current behavioral health system is challenged by workforce capacity at every level of the system. And as we put in our annual report of the advisory board, and as I testified to you a few weeks ago, we need to ensure that there's funding, state grant funding, commercial and Medicaid reimbursement rates that will allow us to do the recruitment and the retention of a skilled behavioral health workforce at every level of the system. The advisory board, as the advisory board, we also urge continued coordination of data collection and our system fiscal mapping work promoted by work of the advisory board to ensure that we continue towards a strong and efficient behavioral health system available for all of Connecticut's children. As Carl indicated, we are highly committed to working with you and with the new committee to ensure that we move the work of the plan forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. And I appreciate what is the name of the committee, the advisory board that you are on right now?
The Connecticut Children's Behavioral Health Plan Implementation Advisory Board. This came out of Public Act 13-178 in the wake of.
What is the makeup of the population that's on there? Don't read me all of them. Give me generals, please.
17 state departments and agencies, 8 families with children with mental health concerns, as well as providers and advocacy and system stakeholders.
Okay, I think that's fabulous. I think that an organization like that is extremely important. I think it helps to provide information and data and sharing, but the one that was originated is pretty much with legislators. It's the chairs of committees that have to do the policy that you want to implement, and the goal of this is to provide that process that's necessary, that's missing, that doesn't get you connected to the actions that happen at the Capitol. Because when we look back on how we've had such a robust group of behavioral health organizations and committees or panels or whatever, advisory groups or whatever, we kept trying to figure out why is it that we keep missing something? What are we missing? And we realized the way to pass legislation to implement the ideas and the conclusions that are being done by these committees. So this is basically going to be, and each one of the organizations that are out there, or I don't even know what you call them, panels, advisory groups or whatever. Huh? That's good. Okay, thank you. I get approval. This is a way of feeding into the legislators, because a lot of times we don't have all the time in the world during the time we're in session. This committee will be going year round. It'll get a chance for you to spotlight and prevent your findings and the studies that you're doing. It'll give you the opportunity to talk about how do we fund these things and how do we implement them and what is the time period, and then evaluate. Those are the things that have to be completed in order for it to be successful. So that is the missing link. When we started going through 5001 way in the beginning and trying to figure out what are we doing wrong for mental health, and it's the policy part of it and how we implement it. So that's how it will fit in.
So I think that's it's encouraging. And in fact, on page 6 of our testimony, we've put together a diagram that shows all the existing advisory bodies, which agencies they serve. And that big circle in the middle are all Connecticut children and adolescents. So we're looking forward to working with you to try to build those ties and fill in what's missing so that we can get that system up and running and improved. So thank you very much.
If you don't have the ability to talk to the legislators so that you can pass your policy, then it's not going to work. And the other part is sometimes the providers need to be on as part of the advisory group that goes into it. And then the legislators have to actually implement and do the policy that is necessary for you to be successful. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Exum.
Good afternoon, and I just want to thank you for coming here today and to let you know that I appreciate what you shared and how you really organized the information so that it could all be seen in one place. Definitely, we want to continue to collaborate. I think the end goal is exactly what you showed at the center. Children and our adolescents. And we know that the issue is still there. You clearly said the beds are still needed. I mean, just the demand is still there. So this crisis, I mean, passing 5001 was a very exciting thing. It is something that we know is important, but that was the beginning. We have a lot of work to do. And I think if we know that we're going to work collaboratively, this isn't one advisory committee over another one in any way. We're going to certainly work together and to collaborate, but having legislative action, looking at the name change even proposed here, because we're talking about policy and planning. We have some policy here. We need to implement it and to work together. And I think I welcome continued conversations. They will be going, and this going into a year-round model, I think is really important. We just can't do it on a quarterly basis and be as effective as we want to be. But I thank you so much for your testimony, and I'm reading it, and I will definitely be in touch with you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, you're both all set. Thank you. Up next is Thomas Singleton. Is Mr. Singleton? Thomas Singleton.
Yep, I am here.
There you go, sir. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tom Singleton. I'm from Woodstock, and I am a retired school social worker, speaking to request your support for HB 6489, an act concerning retiree members of the Teachers Retirement Board. The current composition of the TRB does not fairly represent the retirees they purport to serve. Two trends, fewer active teachers statewide and greater numbers of retired teachers, have converged to make these two groups more equal in size than they have ever been. And that trend is making these groups come ever closer to being equal. In spite of these trends, retired teachers have only half the board representation compared to active teachers. Two additional retired teachers would create more equitable representation for the retirees who are the major consumers of the health plans offered by the TRB. A second major issue is the election process for TRB board members. Currently, retired board candidates are elected both by both active and retired teachers. I believe these elections should be separated, active teachers voting for active TRB members and retired teachers voting for retired TRB members. This revision in the election process would provide more equitable and consumer-based representation for retired teachers. I have served on the board of the Association of Retired Teachers of Connecticut for 20 years, including 4 years as its president. In my 20 years of experience with the TRB, I'm aware of only one retired board member who was actually enrolled in and a consumer of the health plans provided through the TRB. This suggests to me, and I hope to you, that there is and has been a crucial lack of experience, input, and representation from the very users of the TRB health plans who have experienced both its shortcomings and flaws, as well as its benefits. Finally, it is particularly troubling that despite the fact that retirees have contributed more than 2/3 the cost of the TRB health plan through their payroll deductions as active teachers, plus the ongoing deductions from our monthly paychecks, we have had very limited input into the decision-making process of the health plan we are paying for. HB 6489 will go a long way towards restoring equity and fairness to this process. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on HB 6489 and for your service and your thoughtful consideration of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Up next is Kamisha Reynolds. Kamisha, I don't see you online. Jocelyn Delancey, are you here? Oh, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Jocelyn Delancey. I'm the Vice President of the Connecticut Education Association. I'm also a 5th grade teacher from Darien and an active member of the Teachers Retirement Board. I did submit written testimony on a number of bills, but I would like to speak specifically to a few. First and foremost, we speak in favor of HB 6901, an act concerning student loan forgiveness. It's no secret that the teacher shortage is present and an active crisis in our state. And we believe the incentives in this program would be significant improvements to recruiting our early career teachers. One issue that we have or concern really is the 50 hours of volunteer service, understanding that our early career educators spend a significant amount of time working for their schools, making lesson plans outside of work. Many of them are actively enrolled in master's degree programs and also work a significant number of hours in extra jobs just to compensate for their $46,000 salary for the year. So we believe that the intention of the 50 hours is well intended, but we do believe that it would be an accomplishment that would be significantly difficult for many of our active and early and aspiring educators to achieve. So that is something that we would like for you to consider. And as we look at this incentive to recruit and retain educators, we'd really like for this committee to consider this incentive of student loan forgiveness in a greater, broader bill, landmark legislation that would really seek to enhance teacher salaries and also look at our class size and also look at possible other incentives like tax credits for our early career educators that would support us. We know that we did this back in 1986. I won't age myself to tell you where I was at that time, but that was landmark legislation that made a significant improvement in our teacher recruitment and retention. And we think that this is the time to do that now. We know that funds, everybody's looking for a little piece of the funds that we have, but the investment in our education system is so critical and crucial, and recruiting and retaining our teachers is a pivotal part of that work. And so we believe that 6901, along with some other legislation, would really go a long way in that. And I'd like to just speak very briefly about 6489, the Teachers Retirement Board legislation. CEA and myself do support the addition of one retired member on the board, but really do feel that the board does a lot of other decision-making besides health insurance. And when we look at proportions and representation, we want to make sure that that is representative of the people who are in the fund and the board. The board right now is 14, I think, members, 6 teachers, 2 active, 4 active, 2 retired. And we want to make sure that that representation is fair and appropriate. And health insurance is also something that I'm eligible to retire at 61 with full pension credit. I will not be eligible to be in the teacher's retirement health insurance. So that excludes a number of our members who would maybe want to be involved in the board, but can't be involved in the board if we put this legislation through that they have to be part of that health insurance. That should be a decision of the voter. If you see somebody who's on the retirement plan and you want to be on it, you can vote for those people. And otherwise, you make your decision that way. And that's what we think is fair. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Representative McCarthy.
Very quickly, I just wanted to thank you, Jocelyn, for coming forward and giving CEA's position on these. On the 50-hour volunteer, did you have some substitute for that recommendation?
We would have to take a greater look at that and really speak a little bit more to our teachers currently to see where they could find that moment. I mean, I believe that a lot of their time is significantly put towards working with public education, schools, stakeholders to do that work. So I think there's ways to look at what volunteer work looks like in terms of how they would be getting reimbursed for their student loans. But I do think that we could come to some agreement, but we just think that it would be a very cumbersome undertaking for a group of people who are already spending a significant amount of time working.
Right. Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, you're all set.
Thank you very much.
Up next is Howard Sverinsky. Oh, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you for patiently waiting. Thank you. I'm going to go back there and listen to all your conversations back there, find out what you guys have been chatting about. Go ahead.
Yeah, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts regarding House Bill 6900, an act concerning the Behavioral and Mental Health Policy Oversight Committee. My name is Howard Sevronski, and I'm the Chief Behavioral Health Officer at Connecticut Children's Medical Center. Connecticut Children's is the state's only independent children's hospital focused exclusively for the needs of children. We're also the state's largest provider of pediatric psychiatric care in our emergency room. Last year, Majority Leader Jason Rojas appointed me to the newly formed Behavioral Mental Health Policy Oversight Committee, which this bill proposes to rename the Children's Behavioral Health and Mental Health Policy Planning Committee. I am honored to serve in this role and hopeful that bringing together legislators, providers, government partners, and advocates will allow for a robust, in-depth examination of how we can collectively improve the entire system of children's behavioral health in the state of Connecticut. Last session demonstrated that this legislature's ability to boldly address the urgent need for resources and programs to address the mounting behavioral health needs of children and families and adolescents, and I commend you for that action. I would like to highlight that the initial bill passed last year directed this committee to have its first meeting in the summer of 2022. House Bill 6900 proposes to move that date back to no later than October 1st. While I'm fully supportive of being thoughtful in our actions and doing something well as opposed to quick, I wish to impress upon you the urgency of the current moment. While the more acute phase of the COVID pandemic is winding down, we must not forget about the urgency that prompted this initial legislation. Our children and families are still struggling as they face significant stressors in school, at home, and in their communities. Children are still struggling. Connecticut children continues to experience high volume of kids in our psychiatric emergency room. Large numbers of them are still waiting for days, sometimes weeks, to get into state inpatient hospital settings. Our existing continuum of care does not adequately address the current demands, underscoring the need for this planning committee. I have high hopes for this committee. Together, we can come to understand the complex nature of our system of care, appreciate the role of parents and peers, recognize the financial burden and impact recruitment, retention, and innovation, and the most significant issue of sustainability. Once again, I'm grateful to be appointed to the committee and look forward to the important work ahead. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. And yes, you're right. It was supposed to have a meeting. It took a little bit of time, and I think getting all the appointees and getting everybody established was another thing, but also getting the mission clear, because there are other committees that are out there. How does this fit in, and what is the purpose of it? And the purpose of it is oversight and implementation of the activities of a couple of the other behavioral health oversight or planning committees. So it's going to, and I hear you, October's too late. We have to move it up more early into the summer. So that's something that we will look into. But thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
Have a
you.
nice day. Up next is Erin Perpetua. Erin. Floor is yours. Young lady.
Hi, how are you?
Good,
Thank
how are
you for allowing me to speak before you. My name is Erin Perpetua. I am the president of the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut, as well as the food service director for Norwich Public Schools. I am here to oppose a study for SB 1216. As everyone who spoke on this has already said, we've already done a study for the past 3 years. Now what we need to do is look for ways to fund it. And that has been the question that has come up. Senator Osteen has said to us today, what about CEP? While we've been here, I went on the state website. There are 59, I think it's 59 schools that qualify for CEP who are not on CEP. If we were to have those schools go CEP, then have the state pay the difference to make them whole, that would be one way to be able to save money, but also get people on a federal program that will pay for meals. We all know that school meals for all works. It's now just to find the money. Our coalition wants to work with the state and with the State Department of Education to find a way to do it so everyone can benefit from this. We know there are 11 districts that do not participate in the NSLP. Those are the more affluent communities, for whatever reason they chose not to. We also have districts that are affluent but are already partially CEP, like Greenwich. They have schools that are CEP already. We just all need to work together to find a way to do it. We also need to realize there are gaps where there are kids we will never capture in every high free and reduced district, every high full pay district. There's 25% of the kids will not eat, regardless of where you are. I'm a CEP district. I've taken in private schools into my CEP program who would not qualify by themselves, but do qualify under me. And there's still, I have 25% of my district and that school that do not eat. So there's children who will just never eat. So we can't always say, well, what about paying for the richer families? There's some who will never eat regardless of where you are. I just think, and the association thinks, that we all need to work together to come up with a plan, and not just, we need to move forward, because we can't go bouncing back and forth, going from free meals, pay meals, free meals, pay meals. We lose the momentum of where we are. we need to work together to get it all done. And we want to help. We just need to know what information you need from us to get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? See, that's what happens when you get to the end.
I know, but it's okay.
People burn out on the questions.
I know, it's all right. Thank you.
Up next is Douglas
Madam
Wade.
Chair,
Yes.
I had my hand up. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Erin, come back. Come back. I'm sorry, Antonio. I didn't see it.
No, it's all right. And I don't want to belabor any of the points I made earlier when it comes to equity or anything like that. But I do know I talked to a few folks as we've been on this call about food waste and how much food waste would be created if we institute this program. Can you tell me what regulations there are in terms of food waste federally? Do you know that off the top of your head? Because I know people were asking that specific
Food
question
waste-
to me.
Food waste is actually handled on a district / health department level. I know in my district, I have share tables and share bins. There's always going to be food waste no matter where you are, in restaurants, everything like that, grocery stores, everything. But we have share bins, multiple districts have share tables, I've been. So if there's kids who want to take it, they can eat it. I know my health department lets me take back certain items because it's commercially wrapped and everything like that. And so it doesn't go just into the garbage. I can use it. I don't want to say use it again, but I'm using it again. So we're also saving money that way also, because there are federal regulations. Children need to take certain components, whether they want it or not. They're required to take a fruit or vegetable. If they don't want to eat it that day, it can go in the share bin. It can go out to other children, or we can go back and we can reuse the stock, for lack of a better term.
Well, so my question was actually getting at the federal program. In terms of that program, am I mistaken to think that there are some regulations as to how you dispose of that food?
No, it's local. There's not that I can think of. I don't know of any federal. They don't dictate to us what we can't just, how do I describe it? We can't, they don't want us to just throw it away aimlessly. But if it's something that we can reuse on the local level, they allow us to reuse it. But the federal government doesn't tell us that
Okay.
recycle or compost or anything like that.
All right, I appreciate that answer. I thought there were some guidelines tied to the program, but that's good to know. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Erin. Up next is Douglas Wade. Mr. Wade.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Doug Wade, and I'm here in favor of SB 1216, but not for the requested study. My family owned and operated business Wade's Dairy has been providing fresh milk to many public schools in Connecticut for nearly 75 years. We've been operating continuously since 1893, and we employ 75 Connecticut citizens. The pandemic was a very scary time for many businesses, and ours was no exception. 3 years ago, on Thursday, March 12th, we were serving 97 public schools in Connecticut, and on the very next day, Friday, March 13th, a Friday, all of our schools were closed. We survived this period and kept all of staff employed while the state instituted emergency feeding programs. The schools eventually came back into some sense of normalcy, and the federal government provided funding for universal free lunches through June of 2022. The state of Connecticut continued this assistance that ended late last year. We saw a considerable drop off in our delivery volumes in those schools that discontinued their free lunch. Our labor, truck, and fuel costs remain pretty much the same no matter how much milk we deliver to each school. The same goes for the refrigerated cabinets that we supply the schools for the serving of our milk. I estimate that our average daily cost for delivering to 36 schools on an average truck is about $600. We average around 18,000 half pints of milk per day per driver with the universal feeding program in place. Let's say that number drops by 25% if universal feeding is eliminated. This means we only sell 13,500 half pints of milk, and our costs go up over a penny a half pint for that delivery expense. So what number should I be bidding this year? It'd be nice to know sooner rather than later. We are one of the last companies bidding on serving schools with fresh wholesome milk, as many of our competitors avoid bidding because the volume of sales is too low and they can't turn a profit. So this only gets worse if we don't have the universal free feeding. The number of impoverished children living in Connecticut is astounding to me. The United Way did a study in 2020 that found 13% of our children were living in poverty, a family of 4 with income below $27,550. Another 29% lived in a family setting that was asset limited, income constrained, and employed. Alice, that means that 42% of our children in Connecticut live in families that can't provide even the most basic needs. I've had several cafeteria workers and food service directors tell me how concerned they were about schools being canceled due to inclement weather, as they knew of too many children who would go hungry without the school lunch that day. This is heartbreaking to see in the United States, let alone a wealthy state like Connecticut. I had the great honor of meeting Frank Harris in the early 1970s. He was the food service director of the city of Norwalk for 39 years, and he was the most dedicated servant to the children I've ever met. Frank was a fervent believer in the need for universal free meals in our public schools, and he traveled the country meeting with elected officials to make this happen. 3 years before he passed at age 94, I had my last conversation with Frank. Fight for universal free lunch. He had a credo that stated the children are the future of our country, every country. To be the nation we want to be, it starts with doing what's right for the children. He did everything in his power over his 39-year career to make universal feeding to our schools. And I'm asking you to honor his memory by making universal free lunch a birthright here in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Mr. Wade, are those bottles behind you collector items?
Yes, they are. A lot of them are my family and many others from around the state of Connecticut, and even a Woodstock Festival bottle from Max Yazger's farm with a 1969 date on it.
My neighbor collects milk bottles, and then I used to buy milk bottles at fairs for our historical society in the town of Sprague.
Yeah,
So I thought
eBay
that's
has
what they
about
might be.
yeah, eBay has about 30,000 milk bottles if you're hungry right now to see them.
I don't know if I'm gonna go on eBay, but I like going around to fairs, so it gives me something to buy that I don't actually buy a tchotchke for my house.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Appreciate it. Any
thank you.
comments for Mr. Wade? You're all set, sir. Merrill Gay, you're up. There you are. Is your mic on, Merrill?
There we go. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the committee. My name is Merrill Gay. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. And I thank you for this opportunity to testify on HB 5264, an act concerning incentives to address the shortage of childcare facilities. 45% of Connecticut is a childcare desert, meaning that there isn't enough care to serve all the children. The problem is twofold. It's true that part of the problem is a lack of childcare facilities, but the real underlying problem is the lack of market demand. Market demand is different than need. A hungry person needs food, but unless that person has the money to buy a meal at a restaurant, they're not a customer who's supporting that restaurant. And if the restaurant doesn't have enough paying customers, it goes out of business, even if it's surrounded by hungry people who need food. Much of Connecticut's childcare desert is in Eastern Connecticut. And now we have a large employer who wants to hire thousands of workers each year, but has identified the lack of childcare as one of the obstacles that they've got to overcome to hire those workers. This is a bit of a chicken and egg situation. Potential employees are hesitant to move to a place where it's going to be difficult to find childcare. But at the same time, who's going to invest money building a childcare center if there aren't people who can pay tuition to support it? So assuming that either the employer pays wages high enough so that their employees can pay for childcare, or they commit to subsidizing childcare for their workers. If we get past that hurdle, then we still have the obstacle of how do we get the childcare facilities built? On-site employer-based childcare is a appealing sounding solution, but I have to say that the track record of it is pretty mixed. There was a time when hospitals everywhere were building childcare facilities so that they could address the nursing crisis. But as those young nurses became middle-aged nurses and fewer of them had children in the hospital subsidized childcare programs, the hospital administrators started asking the question, why are we subsidizing this place when we don't have very many of our employees working there anymore, or sending their kids there anymore? So I would encourage you to think about ways to incentivize employers to invest in local nonprofits building childcare facilities. That way we know that the childcare facility is there for the long haul, even if the company merges with somebody else, moves its headquarters to somewhere else, loses a big contract, that the public dollars invested in trying to subsidize childcare would remain in the building if it is owned by a community nonprofit rather than by a private entity. Kind of the last thing I want to see is a mothballed childcare facility at a closed corporate campus. That's just a waste of public dollars. And finally, I want to say that the need to build childcare facilities is not a new phenomenon. We've done it in the past, and we've done it really well. The Connecticut Health and Education Finance Authority, CHIFA, built many very nice childcare facilities for nonprofits. So we have a mechanism that could work. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we do need to think about how to safeguard public investment in childcare to make sure that it remains there as a public good. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Merrill. Is there any comments or questions? Yeah, Representative Hoxa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for coming before us today. Just a quick question for you. Is it your position that you believe that the best way to get out of this child care desert that we're in, especially in Eastern Connecticut, like you said, do you believe that the best course of action is through these non-for-profits, through the state funneling money into these non-for-profits to create new facilities or transform current, buildings or, space into childcare facilities? And if so, is there, is it your official position in your capacity as, whatever your title is, I'm sorry, I forget, not to be rude, that doing it that way is better than just letting kind of, the private sector fill in that vacuum. And if so, why do you believe that right now we are in this childcare desert and that the private sector hasn't filled that void yet?
Well, we have that childcare desert for a couple of reasons. In Eastern Connecticut, part of it is that it's a rural community and you don't have enough concentration of people who can afford to pay for market rate childcare to warrant private entities investing the money to build a facility. It's one of the reasons why I think, the idea of putting a giant childcare center at Electric Boat to support all of its workers doesn't really make sense because people are going to be driving from all over Eastern Connecticut to get to those jobs. It would make much more sense to have facilities located around the region because most parents share responsibility of picking up the kids. If you have to work a late shift to get that, submarine ready to meet the deadline, you may have to work later than the time you would normally have your kids picked up. If you were dropping your kids off at the child care center in Norwich before driving down to Groton, then your partner can pick up the kids from the child care in the community where you live. I think that it just makes more sense to have, to incentivize businesses to invest in community assets rather than, building a facility at their corporate campus. Bayer had a
very nice childcare center on their corporate campus in Orange. And then they closed that campus, and that very nice childcare center basically closed and was no longer any kind of community asset serving families. I don't think there was government money in that particular example, but if we are now talking about incentivizing the private sector to build childcare facilities, particularly employer-based, then if we're going to put public dollars into those incentives, we should think about how do we protect that investment over time.
Thank you, sir. My colleague to the left just informed me that it was her bill.
Yeah.
So she's going to say something about
Okay.
it. But no, I appreciate that. Just to clarify one last point, because you did say this. So it's about incentivizing the private sector to get involved in this field, or is it about the public sector creating these facilities? I'm sorry, that was kind of what I want to get at here.
So this bill talks about incentives to build childcare facilities. If it was simply the government was going to appropriate money to build childcare facilities, that would be a different bill. This one is about incentives, and then the governor has been talking about increasing a tax credit for this purpose.
Understood, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Up next is Representative McCarthy.
Thank you very
Merrill,
much.
one
Madam Chair.
question
I'm very
for-
quick,
for Mr.
actually.
Day.
I just wanted to thank Merrill for coming in because, you know, you've been doing this work for a long time and your perspective is very important. And I agree with you. So I did want to just ask though, but you think there's a way that the employers could actually help offset the cost of childcare for their employees, finding credit, some way, some fashion of doing something to help them with the high cost of childcare? If you
Yeah.
wanted to just comment on that.
Yes, completely given my druthers, I would say corporations should pay taxes and we should have a publicly funded system. But if we're not at that point, then employers who need to meet their workforce needs will think about ways to make their employment at their company more attractive by offering things like a subsidy for childcare. And I know that, Lego, for instance, was paying a portion of their employees' childcare costs at the childcare site, the facility they had on their corporate campus. Now that corporate campus is leaving Connecticut, and whether that childcare facility will continue to function is yet to be seen.
I'm sure we'll follow up, but thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none. Is that true, Kathleen?
Yes, it is. Kathleen?
You're all set.
Okay.
Merrill, you're all set. Thank you. Up next is Catherine Procco. Catherine Procco, are you here in person? Because you're not online. Mary Hendrickson,
I am right here,
I saw you. Go
ready
ahead.
and waiting. It's been a long day for all of you. I'll start with, are you all right? Are we ready to begin?
The floor is yours.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
very good. Hello and greetings to you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, distinguished members and other members of the Appropriations Committee who are able to join this hearing today. I want to send a shout out to my own representative, Melissa Osborne, who is on your committee. My name is Mary Hendrickson from Simsbury. I have submitted my written testimony supporting HB 6489 concerning the retiree members of the Teachers Retirement Board. I have become quite familiar with the TRB since my retirement, especially on issues related to my health insurance. As a result, I feel I have a knowledgeable perspective to share with you. One of the key words that we're dealing with today is the concept of representation. The TRB was formed to administer the pension and health insurance of retired teachers of Connecticut. There are currently 4 active teachers and only 2 retired teachers who sit on this board. It seems only fair that both retired and active teachers should have equal representation since we have paid into our insurance and pension fund all the years that we were working. Medicare has been the designated health insurance for all retired teachers until we were abruptly moved into an Advantage program in 2018. It is a known fact that Medicare Advantage plans are issued by for-profit companies that literally make billions of dollars profit every year. In contrast, the Medicare program that retirees have depended upon since 1965 is nonprofit. Maintaining the health of retirees is Medicare's only guiding principle, not profit. The bill, therefore, would require all retired teacher members be enrolled in a TRB insurance plan. It makes sense because then they can contribute firsthand experience about such plans. And for the record, this would not be a violation of privacy laws, HIPAA or PIA, because it would not be information publicly disclosed. Finally, this bill also provides that the TRB election process be amended to address fair representation for the board elections. We ask that retirees nominate and elect retired teacher members, and active teachers nominate and elect active teacher members on the TRB. Section 167A of the Connecticut General Statutes sets the rules for the Connecticut TRB, and they can be amended to accommodate the provisions of this bill during any legislative session. That is why I am just one of over 200 retired teachers who have submitted written testimony to you today, requesting that you pass this bill out of appropriations and onto the General Assembly. Let the senators and representatives of the state of Connecticut have the opportunity to discuss these concerns of retired teachers who are their constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mary.
You're most
Up
welcome.
next is, I think Elizabeth already testified, Eileen Fausch. I'm sure I'm not saying it right. Eileen, give me a gander. What is your last name? Thank you. The floor is yours. Is your mic on? You got to push that button. There you go.
Is it on now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I am here for Bill 1216, the act concerning funding for school meals. I'm Eileen Faustich, and I'm the food service director for the Milford Public Schools. I've been a food service director for more than half my life, 33 years. I am requesting that you support funding free school meals for all students, because I really truly believe it's been the most important and best thing that's ever happened to the school meal program. It allows us to afford fresh, healthy foods for all our students. We can focus more on making healthy meals and serving the students as fast as possible so they can get back to socializing with their friends, or they can get back to their academics. It's a wonderful program. My food service staff, they connect with the students. They develop relationships with the students, and allowing all students to eat for free allows them to build relationships with all the students. My staff knows all the students' names that come through the line. They know them before many other people in the district know them. And this is so important for their well-being. They, my staff, when they serve them, they know who's having a hard day and who's not. The kids come in, they tell stories. They tell stories to my staff. They, they share funny things with them and maybe things that they shouldn't, but they know that they can come into the food service program and someone will greet them with a smile and serve them a fresh, healthy meal that they look forward to every day. And having all the students not have to worry about whether they have money in their account, whether they can come in and get a meal. It's been a wonderful program that we've never had before. And it's really impactful. It has made a huge difference in their lives. And kids eat better when their friends are eating
everybody is eating the same foods. They're making the same choices. Sometimes the kids come through the line and one child chooses the salad and then 5 more choose the salad. They're very influenced by their peers in a good way when they come to eat school meals with us. So they try new foods when their friends eat. They know they can come in and they take comfort in the fact that they can come in and get a fresh, healthy meal and with no worries, no judgment, it's a great part of their day. And it's not easy for us to put fresh meals on the lunch line for hundreds and thousands of students every single day. It's not easy. We are self-funded. We pay for all of our expenses. We pay for our food. We pay for our labor. We pay for supplies, equipment. And we appreciate what has happened this year. And we would really appreciate continuing that because it's so important and it's so beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments? Representative McCarty said, thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
That's okay. I just want to quickly thank Eileen for spending the day with us.
Other person. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Robin? Wait. Right here.
Hi, and you may have said this when you started your testimony and I missed it, but what school?
The
or
Milford Public
district?
Schools.
Okay. And on top of that, I do just want to echo the sentiments of my colleague. I want to thank you. I was listening to your testimony and what ran through my head. You know, we're always told a way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I said, no, the way to a kid's heart is through his stomach, because what you described to me and how they open up and communicate with you, it's fellowship. So I really do want to thank you and appreciate you. I'm very grateful for the work that you do.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Eileen Fustis. She went already. Oh, okay. Andrew Feinstein.
Hi, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm Andy Feinstein. I'm the legislative chair of Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut. I appear to testify on 1219, an act concerning full funding of excess costs for special education. Special education is in an acute crisis. We have a serious shortage of special ed teachers. The ones we have are overworked, plagued by paperwork responsibilities made much worse by the troubled introduction of CT SEDS, and often disrespected in the system. We have a catastrophic shortage of paraeducators who are grossly underpaid. The level, frequency, intensity of maladaptive behavior has increased, making many special educators afraid. Schools are facing shortages of speech pathologists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, behaviorists, and school psychologists. Remarkably, in Connecticut, the only direct appropriation for special education is the excess cost grant. We need a direct appropriation to support special education with a guarantee that the new money is to be used to augment spending levels, not to free up funds previously devoted to special education for other priorities. That said, SEEK does not oppose full funding of the excess cost grant. Our members do advocate for some students of the most expensive placements. Still, let's not delude ourselves into thinking that fully funding the excess cost grant will do anything whatsoever to alleviate the crisis in special education. Let's not pretend it will improve the quality of educational services in districts, or it will reduce the shortage of paraeducators or special education teachers. I note that the Education Committee changed the reference on the bills on compensation for paraeducators 6881 and on compensation for teachers 6884 to the Appropriations Committee. The enactment and fully funding of both of these bills would do a great deal to alleviate the serious crisis now facing special education. SB 1219, looking at fully funding is fine, but it does not deal with the crisis. I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to thank you, Attorney Feinstein, for all the work you do on special ed. You failed to mention that you will be leading up a task force as we continue to look at all of the costs for special education. But I think I heard you correctly when you said that you were in support of 1219. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Representative Walker.
Susan Maffey?
Yes.
Susan Maffey?
Good
Yes.
afternoon. How are you?
All right. Good afternoon. Go right ahead.
So my name is Susan Maffei, and I'm a registered dietitian and the Director of Food and Nutrition Services for Meriden Public Schools. I am writing in opposition to SB 1216, an act considering funding for student meals as written. Meriden Public Schools implemented free breakfast with grant funding for all students in 2016 and free lunch for all students under the community eligibility provision in 2018. The COVID pandemic is not the first time childhood hunger has been evident in our community. Prior to the provision of free meals to all students, Meriden witnessed the stigma attached to free and reduced price meals, significant student debt, and associated bullying. I distinctly remember a middle school cafeteria manager notifying me of a female student who ate breakfast and lunch with us every day. The student owed over $700, and despite our weekly attempts to collect that debt from her parents, the debt continued to accrue. The manager told me that the student always took everything that was offered to her on her tray. She shared that after the student put her ID number in the PIN pad, she would run away from the cashier before the cashier could ask for money that she owed for that day's meal. Clearly, that student was ashamed and hungry. Regardless of income, students receive equal opportunity to textbooks and technology to enhance their educational experience. Buses bring them to schools to learn, but a hungry child cannot learn, and free school meals for all need to be recognized as an integral component of the school day. School meals have been proven to improve focus, tardiness, attendance, and test scores, while improving behavior and reducing bullying. School breakfast has also been associated with a 20% increase in graduation rates and an increased earning potential. A study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association in 2021 concluded that schools are now the single healthiest place that Americans are eating, and the nutritional improvements in foods obtained at school came from kids eating more of what's good from them, such as whole grains, fruits, greens, and beans. The study also found that the improvements in food consumed from school were equitable by race, ethnicity, education, and household income. Last month, a National Institutes of Health study found that since the implementation of the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act of 2010, there has been an overall decrease in body mass index. Body mass index is an estimated measurement of body fat and categorizes an individual's weight status as underweight, healthy weight, overweight, or obese. Overweight and obese children are at an increased risk for high blood pressure, high cholesterol, type 2 diabetes, sleep apnea, joint problems, gallbladder disease, psychological problems, social problems, and obesity as adults. We do not need another study to tell us that school meals make a difference. The current free and reduced school lunch program can and does stigmatize children. We need to invest in all of Connecticut students' education today and invest in their future with the provision of free school meals for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Thank you and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jane Wilson. Jane Wilson.
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Good. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Co-Chairs and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jane Wilson, and I'm a retired teacher who taught for 38 years at the middle level. I'm a lifetime member of CEA Retired, a member of the ARTC, and the Alliance for Retired Americans. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you today. First of all, I would like to thank the members of the Appropriations Committee for all that you do for the citizens of Connecticut. This committee has always been very supportive of retired teachers, and I'm sure I can speak for all teachers when I say that we are grateful for that. Today, I'm speaking in support of HB 6489, a bill that seeks to strengthen the representation of retired teachers on the Teachers Retirement Board that sets the policies overseeing the benefits being paid into by Connecticut's teachers. Beyond the addition of 2 retired teacher representatives, this bill includes 2 more important components in its language. Many have already spoken eloquently for the sensible provision that actives vote for actives and retired vote for retired. This is important and will strengthen the voice of retired teachers who have long been underrepresented on the board. The second provision provides for representatives who are enrolled in a TRB health insurance plan. It's unsettling to hear comments by the TRB, its board members and consultants, that the original Medicare supplement option may be eliminated as a choice in the future for those who want and need the protections that only original Medicare guarantees. Retired teachers pay for the majority, more than 80% of their own TRB health insurance premiums. They paid faithfully into the teacher's retirement system for their entire career, and they pay for the vast majority of their premiums now. Without this provision, there may be no retired teacher on the TRB who is enrolled in a TRB plan. No one on the board would have a vested interest in the important decisions about health plan choices, and therefore could not fully represent the 32,000 retired teachers who are on a TRB plan. A firsthand experience ensures that policies of the TRB will be designed fairly and effectively and will be fixed when they are not. Please vote in favor of HB 6489 in order to strengthen the representation of retired teachers so that they can protect their career-long investments in their retirement. No other group fights harder than retired teachers for the preservation of teacher retirement benefits. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony today.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments? No, have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Diana Sears Graves. Dina, sorry. Dina.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dina Sears Graves, and I'm the President and CEO for the United Way of Southeastern Connecticut and Norwich resident. I am here today to support school meals for all in Connecticut, SB 1216, an act concerning funding for student meals. However, our kids cannot afford the time it would take to conduct a study. The time to fund it is now. As one of the last speakers today, you've already heard about Alice, and you've heard all the statistics and the struggle that Alice families are facing. You've heard about studies showing that when schools serve no-cost meals, there's less absenteeism, more focus, students feel safer, the stigma's gone, etc. So what I'd like to do is just share with you a personal story. So my daughter is a junior at Norwich Free Academy. NFA is actually not eligible to be a CEP school. Every day when I get home from work, I ask her how her day was and or if anything good happened at school. I typically get the average teenage response, fine or not much. However, this past Friday was different. When I asked her how her day was, she shared with me that she ate lunch at school with her friends. They served waffles, and she listed all her friends in the cafeteria with. She even shared with me the conversations they had, which if anyone has a teenage girl knows that's next to impossible. Maybe to many, this doesn't mean much, but to me, it told me a much different story. My daughter doesn't bring lunch to school, nor does she buy lunch ever. We do not qualify for free or reduced lunch. For whatever reason, she just doesn't want to eat at school. However, Friday, she enthusiastically shared with me how her and her friends ate in the cafeteria and had a great time. No one was excluded. No one had to make up an excuse to not go into the cafeteria. They all just went and ate together. They spent that half hour socializing and being teenagers. For me, my daughter ate a nutritious meal, one that she would have never have gotten if no-cost meals for all were not available. Not because we can't afford it, but because, like most kids, she just wants to fit in with her peers. And all of her peers were going to the cafeteria to eat. And it never occurred to any of them, and it shouldn't, that perhaps some of them may not have been able to afford that lunch. My daughter and her friends would have missed out on this experience, and if it wasn't for no-cost school meals for all. No-cost school meals affects everyone, no matter what the child's family income. It improves the school day for everyone. I urge you to equitably feed our kids in school by establishing a permanent no-cost meal program for all. No child should go hungry or not get the much-needed nutrition their growing bodies need to develop and learn. I know there is only a limited amount of funds available, but our children, the future, need to be priority. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions? Representative Nolan.
Well, hello.
Hi,
Good to see you.
good to see you.
I just want to thank you for coming up here and talking for the kids. I know it's for the kids throughout the state, but especially for the kids in the southeastern Connecticut area, where you're constantly around trying to make sure that people are fed and people are eating, and making sure that people can know where and when and how to get the foods that they need so much. So tell your daughter hello.
I will, thank you.
And your staff that continue to do great things also. It just, I know how much work you put in, so
I appreciate
you coming up here and talking on behalf of the youth of Connecticut. So thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Dina.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Ann Smith, I just want to make sure you're not here. Ann Smith? Nope. Kiana Slaughter already testified. Jade Thomas? Jade,
Yes, I'm here.
go ahead. The floor is yours.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, ranking members and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jade Thomas, and I'm the Connecticut Policy Associate at All Our Kin. I'm testifying in response to HB 6896 and Act Concerning Early Childhood. Based in New Haven, All Our Kin is a nonprofit that trains and supports more than 650 licensed home-based childcare providers here in Connecticut. These childcare professionals have the capacity to care for nearly 6,000 of the state's youngest children, transforming the lives of thousands of families across the state. Home-based childcare programs, also referred to as family childcare, are an integral part of the state's early childhood infrastructure. Family and group childcare businesses are licensed by the state and particularly well positioned to meet the demand for infant and toddler care. They offer a number of unique benefits, including intimate family-like settings, accessible locations, mixed age groups, and flexible hours. Tasked with building the brains of young children, the work of early educators is invaluable, but their wages do not reflect the importance of positive early learning environments or the impact on children and families. Data from the Office of Early Childhood and the University of Connecticut estimates that on average, center-based providers earn about $14 an hour and home-based providers $8.50 an hour. Stagnant wages and lack of benefits continue to push educators out of the industry. All Our Kin thanks the committee for recognizing these challenges and considering HB 6896, a proposal that would study the state's childcare facilities needs, staffing and compensation, and whether existing programs are meeting the needs of our children and families. We hope that you will fund this proposal with the understanding that it must take a comprehensive approach to childcare facilities and the families who use them. Without public investment to support better compensation for the child care and early learning workforce, providers would have to pass their increased costs onto parents, and few parents can afford this. This means understanding the diverse needs and preferences of our state's families. It means exploring the needs of family, group, center, and school-based programs, and supporting equitable compensation for educators across all settings. And it means ensuring that family childcare providers, small businesses owned and operated primarily by Black and Brown women, are not left out of our vision for the future. We urge the committee to pass HB 6896 with the addition of language to clarify that centers, group and family childcare, and the families that use them are to be included in this research and the recommendations that flow from it. As Connecticut works to rebuild its economy, we must prioritize the workforce that keeps our schools safe. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Seeing none. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lastly, is Sarah Egan.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the committee. My name is Sarah Egan. I run the state's Office of the Child Advocate. Thank you for accommodating my late sign up today. I'm here to testify on in support of HB 6902, an act concerning youth service bureaus and the establishment of a juvenile diversionary program. The obligations of the Office of the Child Advocate are to review, investigate, and make recommendations regarding how our publicly funded state and local systems meet the needs of vulnerable children. We co-chair the state's Child Fatality Review Panel, and we audit conditions of confinement for incarcerated youth. I want to note that in our work, we see both the significant need for a robust and accountable diversion system in the state and the harsh realities created when the needs of youth are not met. As one example, I wanted to point out to the committee, as an in-depth investigation by the Office of the Child Advocate into school-based arrests of Waterbury's pre-K through grade 8 students show that over a 6-month period of time in the 2018-19 school year, police were called to the school almost 200 times to address behavioral concerns or behavioral crises of students in the pre-K through 8 schools, some as young as 5 years old. 36 children, including 9 children age 11 and under, were arrested as a result of these calls. All arrests were for misdemeanor. The school district and the city committed to several reforms during and following OCA's investigation, all geared towards addressing children's unmet needs and strengthening partnerships with community-based providers and diverting more children from arrest. We have continued to monitor the school-based arrests of children aged 12 and under throughout the state. I'd like to share with you that over a recent period of time, September 2021 through November 2022, there were 183 school-based arrests of children aged 12 and under in the state of Connecticut. 82 out of the 183 students were identified in police reports as Black children. The ages of children arrested in school ranged from age 10 to age 12. Unfortunately, Waterbury Public Schools still had the highest number of school-based arrests out of all school districts. New Britain Public Schools was second. Almost all arrests involved charges related to fighting, breach of peace, assault third, disorderly conduct, and threatening. An analysis of our diversion system done by the Council of State Governments in 2020 showed that 41% of all referrals to the state's juvenile courts were for first-time offenders. Boy, that's not the right word. First-time offenses, excuse me, first-time offenses. And echoing something that Representative Walker said much earlier today, we know that once a child touches our system, it gets so much harder to get them back. Council state government strongly recommended to Connecticut that we increase our juvenile diversion rates and ensure that diverted youth receive services where necessary, matched to their specific needs. It is imperative, in closing, that we continue to make legislative efforts to reform and strengthen and build on the successes in our system. Obviously, folks are very supportive of the YSBs and the JRBs, as they should be, right? The bill is proposing building on those successes by defining some of the goals and objectives for the system, creating performance-based measures, and building on what works going forward from there. So we support that as we support the work of the YSBs around the state, and look forward to working with the committee in any way to keep this legislation moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for that testimony. I don't know if you heard the conversation that we had with the YSBs. The thing that sort of struck all of us was their concern with the word diversion. They said that diversion was just a small part of what they did. When we look at what you've seen in your reports, the concept of diversion should be front and center. but it's, again, it's just it is describing the action that needs to happen with the children in the communities and things, so that we stop the number of kids getting arrested or getting suspended or kicked out of their school. Did you have any comment or anything to say about that?
Yeah, a couple of things in response to that. And first, I want to say deeply respect the work, as I know we all do, of the YSBs around the state and the efforts that they're making with children. A couple of thoughts, as you pointed out earlier, Representative Walker, we've paid so much close attention to each section of our juvenile justice system over the years. We have to be doing the same with our diversion and prevention systems, right? So it's an effort, I think, to examine. This bill is I think, proposing an effort to examine and continuing to strengthen that. I also didn't read the bill as saying that the YSBs would then be exclusively focused on diversion. The language in Section 2 says that a youth service bureau may provide, but shall not be limited to the following, then enumerates the list of services and provide opportunity. It says, and such services shall be designed to divert youth from the justice system and provide opportunities for all youth to function as responsible members of their community. So I didn't read it as some sort of an exclusive mandate, but rather underscoring that the YSBs play an integral and frankly irreplaceable role in diverting our children from the justice system, and sort of underscoring that priority, not to the exclusion of other services, but underscoring the necessity of that role at the community level.
Thank you. And the other part is also to establish the ability to evaluate what we're doing so that we can make sure that the directions that we're going in are the ones that are going to affect. I know evaluation has to be done with each community taken in account, but evaluation nonetheless needs to be part of the contracts that we do with our vendors now, so that we understand what's going on and if we are serving it. So thank you for your testimony, Sarah. Are there any comments or questions? No. Are you raising your hand, Representative Porter, or strapping?
I can't see her though.
Good. Everybody's tired. So thank you, Sarah. Thank you for testifying, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very
That
much.
ends the public hearing, and we are done at 5 o'clock. Wow, time flies when you're having fun. I want to thank everybody that stayed, and thank everybody that testified, and we'll be back tomorrow for something else. Have a good day. I don't remember if we got something. Thank you, everybody.